himself a crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Ladies and gentlemen, John Bishop, Josh Peterson, and then we'll have like a fun, cool picture of you guys.
Yeah.
Sounds great. And Nick
Keep
Grimm.
doing this bit. I could probably do this.
Me walking through the rain in New York.
Oh.
Man, everywhere I go, it's gray and yeah.
John, you have a cabbie hat on. You kind of look like Jack Nicholson last night.
I didn't see any of it last night, so I'll take your word for it.
I watched about the first 50 minutes of it today. I was able to watch it.
And then you realized, oh, it's 2025. It's not funny anymore.
No, John, I was actually in stitches more than a few times.
In stitches.
In
I was in
stitches.
stitches.
I watched the first hour and then I watched the last hour and a half. I enjoyed it. I was laughing. Is it loud?
Yeah, I thought it was good. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, just a little loud there.
You
Josh.
sound a little Jimmy Allen-y.
Was it
Indeed it was.
Indeed it was.
Was that my fault or was that Nick's fault? My settings are the same as they always are.
I would sense it was there, but anyway.
I was in stitches. Watching.
Were you?
Yes, I was in stitches. Okay, so John, why don't you describe what we're doing here today and the format for this upcoming draft? They said the draft was dead. It doesn't seem to be dead.
It is not dead. It has not died. So we decided to do this a few weeks ago, and I set it for this week because, it's the 50th anniversary show yesterday. And so we're going to do an SNL cast draft. We have decided that we're going to take 8 regular cast members, of which at least one must be female. And the only reason I put that in was because I saw Nick's draft board and it had all guys on it. I said, Nick.
Sexist Nick.
And Nick said, shut up and go make me a turkey pot pie. And I said, that's not acceptable in 2025.
A turkey pot pie?
Turkey pot pies. So at least one of the 8 has to be female. At least one. It could be more if you choose, but at least one has to be female. We're going to pick a weekend update anchor.
Okay.
And I need to throw it out to the team. Are we allowing just one anchor, or can you pick established team?
I think you go team. I think you go team.
I think we go team.
Well, you can go, but what I'm saying is, like, you can't pair Tina Fey with Dennis Miller, because they didn't work together.
No.
So it's
So
got
if you
to
picked
be,
it would have to be like Colin Jost and what's his name? It would have to be Amy Poehler and Tina Fey, like
Correct.
that type of situation.
Correct.
Yeah. Another question before we get into this. If
Sure.
you pick a cast member or somebody else picks a cast member, but that person is also your weekend update pick, are we separating weekend update from cast if it's the same person?
I was going to ask the same question.
Yeah. Because a lot of, not all of
That
them,
was
but
not the same question.
A lot of the weekend update anchors didn't do a lot of other skits. Some of them did, but yes, I would say if you pick an update anchor, then that person's off the board entirely.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay.
We'll pick a host, and I believe now again, I'm throwing this out to the group.
See, I got nothing for musical acts. I have no thoughts on a musical act.
So many.
Well, forget about musical act, but the host can't be an established cast member. Like, Bill Murray came back and hosted.
Correct.
Chevy Chase came back and hosted.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we're talking about people from outside the SNL world who hosted.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
D-Lo says, nice show prep, fellas. Makes Blackjack segment look professional. What are you talking about? We're just asking questions to confirm how we're doing this.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we got all the ground rules so that we don't have any
This is actually the
issues.
most prep we put into a crossover maybe ever.
Ever.
Of all time.
Ever. And then
All
even
time.
though Josh doesn't have a music act, we'll pick a music act.
Okay, the music acts are going to be funny because you're just picking your favorite musicians because they've all played SNL.
That's
they're
true.
Just
all-
about.
They've all
Just
done
about.
SNL.
You would think
All
so.
right.
I did some research, though. There's some that you think would have been on SNL that weren't.
I don't know.
Like who?
I don't know if
Arctic
AC/DC's
Monkeys.
ever been on.
Arctic Monkeys.
I couldn't find any Arctic Monkeys
I
being
was
on
I've-
SNL.
John was
definitely
going to pick
say
Arctic Monkeys.
Monkeys.
I don't know what an
Listen,
Arctic
you
Monkey
guys
is.
you guys are joking, but that album, their AM album, was pretty big when it came
Dude.
out. That would have been perfect.
I
for
would have
SNL.
picked him. I would have.
Nick, you're right, man. Good call.
All right. I did a random generator. Do you trust me?
Yes, do
Yes,
the random
John.
generator, John.
All right. I did it already. Serpentine draft, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Snake draft.
Snake draft.
Snake draft. The picks in order: Josh 1, Connor 2, Nick 3, me 4.
Okay.
Fair.
All right.
All right.
Yep.
All right.
All right. I've got a graphic ready to go, so I'll keep track of who's picking who.
Okay.
And
Now, hey,
Josh,
real quick, John, before we get going, I'm not someone who usually likes sharing the screen on StreamYard. Should we share your screen though, so then we can see the list as it's written? Like, I feel like this would make it a little easier to keep
That's not a
track
bad
of this.
idea. That's
You
a really good
can.
idea.
Okay.
all right. Let's see.
I can't believe you're.
I don't know if I've
monkeys.
How do you
Hey,
share
you
the
don't have
screen
to
on
be
here?
like that about it.
I'm messing with you.
Nick, who was another band that you were surprised had never performed?
Funny.
Oh, the Arctic Monkeys was the main one. I'm
Okay.
going to be
Oh,
honest.
okay.
Okay.
Here we go.
Stibs, close those tabs, John. Yeah, John, make sure the tabs are.
Yes, I got to make sure all the tabs are closed. All
My
right.
White Lotus head's out there, so watch it having the tabs open like the character on White
Hell
Lotus.
yeah.
Oh, cool.
Look at that.
Are we good? All right. I'm just gonna keep this up. I'm not looking at any of you morons.
I'm going to.
So, Josh, you're up with the first pick.
Will Ferrell.
Wow.
Will Ferrell. See, now I'm going to go with people that I've actually seen. So, like, I know that a lot of the rankings are going to have people from before my time. I'm going to go with people that I very much enjoyed. Will Ferrell, easily my number one.
So
All
using
right.
that logic, like John is going to have the most people at his disposal because he's the
100%.
oldest by
Theoretically.
far.
Mhm.
Theoretically, yeah.
100%.
Will Ferrell. I put
By
the star
far.
next to a name because that means he's the first overall pick. Connor.
I will go with Chris Farley as my first pick.
Ooh.
Very good.
Not bad.
Nick.
Tina Fey.
Wow, interesting.
Okay,
It was
so
very
that,
early
you know
on
what
my
that
board.
does? That takes her out of the weekend update.
Yes, it
She would
does.
not have been in
Wow.
my top, and she would not have been in my top 3 women either.
Interesting.
Wow.
All right.
Mhm.
All right. So my picks, I have the next two. I was gonna do, if I had an earlier pick, I was gonna put this person. Well, I was gonna put another person first, but because I want it to be symbolic, my first pick is Phil Hartman. If I were starting the show from scratch, he would be the first guy I would hire.
Wow.
Absolutely, first guy I would hire.
Okay.
Second pick, Eddie Murphy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good pick.
John,
Good pick.
everyone speaks about Eddie Murphy coming on SNL as like this religious experience. That it like changed everything. How funny he was, the timing of when he arrived.
Well, I think it was more that than anything else because the year after all the originals left was rough.
Yeah.
And people thought, of the bazillion times people thought this show is dead. That was the first time people thought this show is dead. And then Eddie joined, I think it was midway through either season 5, season 6. I don't remember what it was. And he just, when he was on camera, he took over everything. And he was amazing.
Yeah.
Nick?
Jason Sudeikis.
Nice.
All right. What's that? Is there a ding ding man in the neighborhood?
That's my clock. It means it's 2:00. It's 2:00. ABC News.
I'm going with Sandler. I'm going with the Sandman here.
Wow.
I feel like I got 2 pretty good picks at the top of the board.
It's a good
You-
pick.
Yeah.
And
Those good
they were
picks.
great together.
Yeah.
They were.
John, can I pick a Weekend Update person and designate them now for Weekend Update?
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
I'm gonna do Norm. I'm just gonna go for huge Weekend
you
Update
bastard!
value. Yeah, I gotta get that in, especially because Nick I would have been very okay with going with Tina Fey and Amy Poehler, but I'm gonna go with Norm. And D'Lo, who is just all sorts of triggered about this entire draft, does have the person that I was gonna go with next, and that is Bill Hader.
Damn
I'm
it.
gonna go with Bill
Oh,
Hader for
Josh,
my.
man.
Bill
That,
Hader was on my list.
that crushes me.
go.
So, Josh, you're picking again.
No, Bill Hader.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
because
No,
he
I
did
didn't
the
know you made that. Okay.
weekend update.
No,
Yeah,
you're good. Yeah, sorry, John. Didn't mean to destroy your draft.
Back
No.
to me.
All right, Connor, now it's you.
Okay, I got a sleeper here. These guys have been picked. Hader was a great pick by you, Josh.
I just
Thank you,
watched the
Hooper.
Purple Sketch again today.
That was a pretty good pick.
This guy would not have been. Gosh, now I feel bad because I feel like I need to find a better name. And I feel like I need to find a better name than this. Okay, let's just go. Let's just do it since we're going off. And Nick already got last. So we're gonna go with Tracy Morgan.
Tracy Morgan's good.
I love Tracy Morgan.
Dude, that thing last night where Eddie Murphy was being Tracy Morgan on Black Jeopardy was I love his impression.
Really good.
I was losing it.
My
Nick,
third pick
That
is
might be my reach so far.
Andy Samberg.
Oh,
That's a good pick.
good one, Nick.
I think that's your best pick so far.
That's a really good one,
Is
Nick.
that how you spell Sandberg, by the way? Samberg? Is that right?
I think it's maybe. Yeah, he
I
might
think
be a
it is.
Sam.
Berg.
Yeah, you got it right, John.
Okay. I had time to prep for this because, sitting on an airplane for 3 hours. Got a good list here so far.
John
Beside
kept
the
sending us emails last night. I feel so bad.
God.
I didn't figure any of you guys would pick him, but again, I'm picking him because he was the first superstar, but John Belushi,
Yeah.
the first superstar of the show. And then I got a feel. Josh took my weekend update pick. Norm Macdonald was the GOAT.
He is so funny.
So I am going to go ahead and use my weekend update. And
Okay.
I hope I am preemptively striking against both Connor and Nick. But I am going to go with Colin Jost and Michael Che.
Good pick.
Good pick.
They are the funniest thing about present day Saturday Night Live, in my opinion.
Wow, look at this. An early run on weekend update host. This is
Yeah.
like a bunch of tight ends going off the board in the third round.
Tell me if you think I'm right. I mean, there's been a lot of them.
I'm with you, John. That would
I
have
don't
been my
think-
next team.
I don't think there are more than 4 or 5 that I really liked. Teams or ankles that I was like, man,
Ankles.
that dude, that person or those people slap.
I agree. I like Jost and Che, although they weren't my first pick for Weekend Update. They were my second. My Weekend Update pick, John,
Are you picking it now?
is Seth Meyers.
Seth
wasn't
Meyers
bad.
literally does a show kind of in that exact same vein now. So,
Yeah.
he of all the people who have done Weekend Update, he might have been like the best in terms of just pure news hosting.
Plus, the chemistry he would have with all the other actors, like Drunk Uncle and Seth Meyers, fantastic combo.
Very good stuff. Very good stuff.
Connor,
We're back to me.
your fourth pick.
I'm going to take a guy that is much less funny now, but he was funny when he was a cast member on SNL, Jimmy Fallon.
That's a good pick.
Dude,
Fallon.
Jimmy Fallon laughing at the jokes.
Mhm.
Always funny. Always
Yep.
funny to me.
It's good.
Next 2 picks, Josh.
You know what? I'm gonna go back-to-back women. I'm gonna go with Amy Poehler, and I'm gonna go with Kristen Wiig with my next
Kristen
two.
Wiig is-
Ooh.
My
She
next
was high
two
on the
picks
board.
right now. Now I don't get the Poehler
my top
Faye
woman.
combo, but man, Amy Poehler is so freaking funny. She makes me laugh so hard.
Interesting. Okay, those were 2 of the top 4 women I had on my board.
Yeah, that would have been the top woman for me.
Which one,
Kristen
Poehler
Wiig
or
was
Fig
my
or Wig?
first. Wig was my first.
Wig was my first. So I'll take the second woman on my board here as we're on a run on women.
Don't say that. That's a bad sentence.
I'll take Molly Shannon. Give me Molly
Oh!
Shannon.
That's a
Molly
good
Shannon.
pick. It's a very good pick.
Oh, man, that's good. Nick,
I think I'm going to go with Keaton Thompson.
Keenan.
The guy who was literally born to be on this show because he was doing the Nickelodeon version of it for years.
yeah,
Uh-huh.
that's good. Okay, well, oh boy, I think I feel pretty comfortable with one person that I have in mind that I don't think any of you guys will take, so I'm going to save that person.
Yep, same.
So I'm gonna sling for the fences here. Give me Bill Murray
Nice.
and Dana Carvey.
Very
Someone
good,
way
very good.
before our generation and someone for me, like right before my generation.
Dana Carvey is top 5 performers all time on that show, in my opinion. I mean, so many great characters, very funny. Could obviously he was the supporting cast on Wayne's World, but Church Lady and the funniest thing he does is Ross Perot. I loved his Ross Perot.
Very funny.
It was hilarious. All right, Nick.
Similar vein to you, John. I'm pretty comfortable with a couple of my picks, so I'm going to go with Mike Myers for number 5.
Oh, man.
I can't believe it took until now for Mike Myers to go off the board, if I'm being honest.
I am too.
I figured he would have been one of the first.
I am too. Connor?
Are we back to me?
Yep.
Give me where is my list here? Give me Fred Armisen.
Damn it. I was just about to pick him. I love Fred Armisen so
Sorry,
much.
you were too late.
All right, I guess I'm not confident in that one anymore.
Josh Peterson.
So I got 2. I'm gonna go with Darrell Hammond.
Oh, that is a good
Darrell Hammond.
I feel like Happer, when I think of The Voice saying a cast member's name, Hammond is actually the first person that shows
100%,
up.
yes.
And I'm going to go with someone who has I think a high floor or a high ceiling. The floor might be a bit lower, but we saw one of her sketches last night. I'll go with Rachel Dratch.
Oh, okay.
Obviously, Debbie Downer is really good, but her and Will Ferrell in the hot tub segment is always
got that? Yeah.
I literally can do that sketch. I love that sketch, but I think that
I do love that sketch.
Yeah, her and Debbie Downer is very good.
Connor Happer.
Give me Kate McKinnon.
Oh, John loves Kate.
John, where was she on your board, John? Number
She was not.
Wow.
John hates Kate McKinnon.
It was good on the show, but her damn cell phone commercial aired the whole football season like 5 years ago, and I wanted to reach through my TV and just say, leave my TV now,
wow.
please. All right, Nick.
By the way, Odson John pointing out you spelled Dratch wrong. There's no S.
Oh, how is it spelled? I'm sorry.
Take the C out of there, or the
Just,
S.
Is it
Yeah,
that?
there you go.
Okay, all right. I wasn't sure. I'm sorry. Nick?
I'm going to go with Vanessa Bayer. She's hilarious.
Bayer. Which one is that?
Is it Bayer like the aspirin?
Oh, I like Vanessa
she's
Bayer.
funny. Yeah, she's funny. I like her.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Oh, I was really worried, Josh. I was really worried because I think you have this person in mind. Maybe.
Okay.
I'm going to go host.
Host.
Give me Christopher Walken.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one.
I was worried when you were making your picks that you might grab him, but he is the best host ever on that show. I mean, when he does the Continental, and of course we all remember the cowbell sketch, but every time he was on that show, he did something.
That story about how he went to David Grohl and asked how Foo Fighters, where the emphasis was.
Foo Fighters.
Like, oh, it's on Fighters.
Foo Fighters. Foo Fighters.
Why don't you call them the Foo Fighters?
Let's see.
John Bishop.
Man, you took so many of the good women off the board.
But
you didn't. But you didn't take Gilda Radner. She was amazing.
Yeah. So John is going to get all the votes from the people who are just older than us.
Old heads. Old heads are going to say John killed us.
Yes.
Yeah. And listen, I'm trying to be as I do have Colin Jost and Michael Che, so I do have little something modern here. So anyway. Nick?
Hot Danger asks, Norm hasn't been taken yet. Do you not care about update? Hot Danger. I took Norm number 2 overall for me.
Yeah. Norm's on the board.
Yeah, he was the 8th pick of the draft.
Yeah, he went very high.
Yeah, here come the old heads. D-Lo, this thing is over. Dave, John is just winning. Here we go. Unreal. Congrats to the old heads.
Number 7 has got to be Pete Davidson for me.
Oh,
I did not think of him for some reason. I like him.
I can tell you why.
Because he's not funny?
Because he's not funny. I hate Pete Davidson. He sucks. No offense, Nick.
Okay.
Nick
right. With the unfunny team so far.
I was saving. I was going to pick this person 8th, no matter what. A personal favorite of mine. Nobody else was going to pick him. Give me Horatio Sands.
Nice. I was considering him.
Really? Wow.
Oh, yeah. Horatio Sands. What was the sketch that he did when he was like in the dorm room? That one where he was like doing a webcam show?
Yeah. Well, that was the one where they were from Boston, right? Like, Johnny, did you get that? It was with Fallon and those guys. Yes. I always remember him holding the piano when they did the Christmas song, and Jimmy Fallon played the piano. Yeah, I love Horatio Sands. I'm in on him.
All right, so Connor has filled his 8.
I'm just going straight down the line.
Now, of course, he has the advantage now that everyone else is now. Someone could still take someone off the board who was a cast member who also did update. But you're in pretty good shape there. So,
you
Josh,
can just block me out if you want.
Josh, what do you got?
I'm going to go with a host who is also at one point on the cast, but I'll go with John Mulaney as my host. Obviously,
Good
very, 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 very funny person. And then I'm gonna
Is
go
that
back and
Mulaney?
I'll
double check. Keep going. I'm
right.
sorry.
Yeah,
I just want to
no, you're good.
Keep going. It's spelled wrong.
And then I will go with. So how many? I have 2 cast members left. All right, I'm going to go with one that I think's going to get picked. And then I'm going to save the other one for later. I'll go with Will Forte here
Good pick.
for,
Forte is really
good.
for my number
Good pick.
7. Will Forte. for my number 7.
McGruber.
I love McGruber.
You guys have left me in an interesting position here.
Well, you're down to your specialists now.
Right. And I'm not picking a weekend update because I already know what that is going to be and nobody else is going to pick it. So you guys have already picked it.
Yeah,
so
you can save that
I'll
for
just
later.
wait. I'm just going to take. Do I want to be more liked or do I want to be more me? That's the question.
Be you.
Be me. The me pick is Ryan Gosling, the GOAT, host Saturday Night Live.
That was a really
Ryan.
good one.
I love Ryan Gosling.
I don't know how to spell Gosling.
I think Gosling, just one S maybe.
Is it? I'll look it up.
Yeah, you got it.
Nick.
I will also be picking my host now. And when I think of a good SNL host, I like one that feels like they blend right in with the cast, what they're doing. I think that makes for the best shows.
Donald Trump.
I think Justin Timberlake is my favorite SNL host.
A good pick.
Very good. Yeah, he can do a lot of different stuff.
That's what I would have picked, but I had to be me, as John said. Jimmy Gosling.
Okay, so I have, obviously,
pick.
no point in doing a music pick because we'll all have someone completely different. So now,
Not the Arctic Monkeys.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking at my master board here.
I don't even know why we're picking music. Why are we picking musical guests?
Because it's
Just
important.
because it's part of the show. It's part of the history of the show.
There's been some bangers on there, Happer.
Yeah, Happer bangers.
I love music.
All right, next pick, John Lovitz.
Nice.
And this is the
We left a
female
lot
pick.
off the board.
We did.
This is the female pick I didn't think anyone would take, but I thought she was hilarious. Jan Hooks. Jan Hooks was really, really good. Really, really good. And that rounds out my 8.
Cool.
Except for music, of course.
I never heard of Jan Hooks.
She was she was Sinead O'Connor.
Oh, okay.
Which was really good. But she did a lot. She was very versatile, could do a lot of different things.
My last pick, I'm really debating between 2 people, but I think I'm going to go with Bobby Moynihan.
Really?
Do you know that this means, and the only reason I didn't pick him is because I just wasn't around. This means that none of us are going to have Chevy Chase. Which is pretty wild.
You know, he was on for 1 year.
He was only on for 1 year.
Really good, but it was 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I mean, he was good.
Yeah.
But I just, you know, in terms of, I don't know. I didn't think the show lost anything when he left.
Yeah.
I'll put it that way.
Okay. Is it me?
It's you, Happer. You have your weekend update.
I have my music.
And you have your music.
I'll just do the music one first.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Because it doesn't matter either way.
True.
So I could just say Billy Joel, and then it would just be Billy Joel.
That would be you.
He's my favorite guy. But I feel like I got to get something that would be popular for other people. Let's see what generation. Maybe I'll tap into the youths. Sabrina Carpenter. She did it last night. There you go. Get her. Give me Sabrina Carpenter. She's the best. I love Sabrina Carpenter. Nobody has any reaction to that. Thank you.
No, I like Sabrina Carpenter. She's
Okay.
good.
Great.
I don't even know who that is.
Thank you.
Josh, your last 2 picks.
Man, I kind of want to go with an old just to get some of the votes from the olds. I can't believe that he's on here, and I've seen a few of them, so might as well throw him in here. I'll go Dan Aykroyd as my number 8 because he's still somehow on the board.
John, you couldn't pick Dan Aykroyd. Why are you all like, oh?
What do you mean? What do you mean I couldn't pick him?
Well, like
he could have because he could have done Blues Brothers.
Which is what I was going to do.
Let's go! What a steal!
Now you suck,
Great
John.
steal, Josh.
Okay,
I'll go with someone.
And you're not even picking it because you liked him. You're
No,
picking
he was funny.
it because you're trying to gain favor with the olds. It's too late. I've already got that vote.
Hey, Day Fight, Josh D'Lo, come vote for my team. You know you want to. I'll go with another person who performed last night. He did the suite from the end of Abbey Road. I'll go Paul McCartney for my music.
You love the Beatles.
I love the Beatles. I was jamming to that song last night.
I'm surprised you didn't pick. I'm surprised you didn't pick. The Athletic podcast at double speed.
Okay, so for the weekend update host, I can't. Here's the list of what I can't do. I can't take Norm. I can't take Che and Jost. I can't take anything that involves either Seth Meyers, Amy Poehler, Tina Fey, Jimmy Fallon, right? Like any combination of those people.
Correct.
Okay. And so that takes out a lot of options right there. I guess I could take Chevy Chase as a weekend update host.
Yes, you could.
He was the OG.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that.
That is good. That's good.
I'm kind of surprised, Tapper. I thought you were going to go with the guy who was like, I'm trying to remember what era he was from. The dude who was the dude, John, that was after Norm?
Kevin Nealon?
Kevin Nealon. Or was Nealon before him?
Dennis Miller?
No, Nealon was either right before or right after Norm.
No, I'm thinking of a different person. I'll figure out who it is that I thought.
Colin Quinn?
Colin Quinn. That's who I thought you were going to go with. Happer.
Colin Quinn. Colin Quinn was definitely my era, but I don't know if he was very good. So yeah.
All right, Nick. I assume you're going with the Greenland chimpanzees or whatever that music act was.
Yeah. Now I could do what Happer did, and I could pander. And pandering is good because Olivia Rodrigo had a really good performance. But
I should have picked her.
I'm gonna go with my heart and pick The Strokes.
John, your thoughts?
I have no thoughts.
There you go. No thoughts.
Man, Josh, that was savvy, man. I was going to go with the Blues Brothers so I could get Aykroyd.
Earlier, John said,
and
I already had
Belushi's. I'm gonna slightly pander here.
Nice,
but it also was a good music act on the show, and it's not even one of my favorites. I could have gone with Huey. Huey's the best. I don't think AC/DC ever performed on SNL, or if they did, I don't remember it. Stibbs, this one's for you. I'm going Pearl Jam.
Pearl Jam.
Wow, look at that.
Pandering to Stibbs. Classic.
This is a good one from Chance, ladies and gentlemen, The Weeknd. I mean, it has given us the meme for The Weeknd. That's a pretty solid one.
John, AC/DC was on SNL on March 18th of 2000.
Oh, no.
I didn't remember it. I didn't remember. But either way, I mean.
Do you want 2000 AC/DC, though?
Yeah. I want any AC/DC. It's better than any of the music that's on this board right now. But there you go. There it is. You know, I think, of all, obviously, I went older and Nick went younger, but it's pretty balanced. More balanced than I would have expected. And there are some names on here I would not have expected to see on this board.
See, the problem here is it doesn't actually matter who really won because everybody's just going to vote for the names that they feel are the most familiar on the list.
Yeah.
And they would have voted that regardless of whose team they're on.
Sure.
So this is, I think I won, but everybody thinks they won.
Oh, I think I crushed it.
All the old also think John crushed it.
Josh, do you
damn
think
right, because we're smart.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with my list of folks here. I think that I have the best weekend updater, and I think that I have Will Ferrell, so I'm feeling like automatically awesome.
To be fair, I mean I like mine. I like Josh's second.
Is it
Connor's a close third?
Is it weighted in any way? Do you get more points for having an especially good host or weekend update person?
It always helps.
Yeah.
So the way I was kind of thinking about this is the cast members that have all grown bigger than Saturday Night Live in one way or another, other than Bobby Moynihan.
Definitely not.
So you were doing yours.
That's kind of mindset I had, the angle I was taking.
Mm.
Like most of the people in my list were big also after SNL.
Well, but I mean, you could say that about most of our lists. I mean, Eddie Murphy was the first, well, not the first, but he was one of the first big superstars that came out of the show. Belushi, Murray, Carvey, they were all movie stars. Tina Fey went on to write successful TV series. Kenan Thompson's been everywhere. Mike Myers, Farley and Sandler,
for sure.
huge.
I should have
And then
pandered
Josh
more.
Farrell. I honestly, Bill Hader, what has he done outside of the show?
Barry.
Well, he
Yeah,
did
Barry.
Barry.
Okay.
He goes and
Amy
meets with Matt Parker and Trey Stone every summer to write South Park.
Yeah, I mean, we all got a pretty good balance of the people that also crossed into the mainstream. I forgot to call
Tim Meadows would have been a good pick.
By the
for
way,
somebody.
my
Tim
favorite
Meadows
comments
would have been a good
are ones like this from Zeb. No offense, Zeb, but Zeb says, "How did Farley not get picked? Farley was the second overall pick, so I don't know."
Yes,
he was literally the second pick that we had.
Chris Farley is Connor's pick.
This is why we shared the screen so you guys can see it.
A couple of names.
I am curious if we have missed an obvious one.
Yeah,
Well,
Maya Rudolph. Somebody said earlier that nobody picked Maya Rudolph, and
that's not
true.
bad.
Maya Rudolph was on my list, and then it's funny. Sometimes you just get going in the draft, and you have it a little bit, because I never put together a board. I was just going off of a variety of lists, just kind of scroll around and see, okay, who did I miss? And eventually, Maya Rudolph just kind of fell off. In terms of Jan, I know you're going to hate this one, but in terms of bands, Nirvana was not picked, and a good one from Tony in terms of host, Steve Martin. Steve Martin was very much a host that I was considering.
Yes,
but
he's been on a million times.
I thought Steve Martin didn't count because I thought we had that rule where a host couldn't also be someone who was formerly a cast member.
No, he was never a cast member.
No, I thought he was. I thought he was one of the main guys when it first started.
Nope. He was one of the very first. I mean, I think he was the first member of the Five Timers Club as far as being a host. He was on a lot, usually annually. Another host that wasn't picked but was on a ton was John Goodman.
Yeah, Alec Baldwin, another one that was mentioned.
And Alec Baldwin. Baldwin shows were pretty good too.
Star Wars team mentioned Jason Sudeikis. Sudeikis went 6th overall. Sudeikis went pretty early.
I mean, I have nothing against Sudeikis. I'm surprised it went that high. A
sleeper I felt I had from my era that I probably could have picked 8th was Taron Killam. Because he's just one of those guys he's there, but he was pretty consistently there. He did a lot of things. He was always kind of funny. It was like a consistent.
See, I'd rather you be funny than there.
He was funny, but he was like a utility kind of player,
I got you. That's kind of what there was a lot of. I mean, that's what Keenan basically has been for 30 years now.
Yeah. Or 40.
Oh, hey, by the way, Odson has tweeted at us, and he has another person we didn't pick was Chris Rock. But you know what, man, I never really consider him, famous for his SNL stuff. I always think of him after SNL. Martin Short, Tim Meadows, David Spade.
Martin Short, I really did like Martin Short.
You really don't like Martin
I do.
Short?
I love Martin Short.
Okay. Martin Short was good. I'm trying to remember what
Hanks for host is classic. God,
I should have picked Hanks was good. I was trying to think of this last night because I was debating whether to put him on my list, but going back to Chris Rock, really good outside the show. I'm trying to remember what memorable things he did inside the show.
I know him mostly as a host of the show. I think of him mostly as a host of the show.
Right.
Another host that I thought really hard about was Adam Driver. Adam Driver is a very good host.
Pretty funny.
Mm-hmm.
Of the current era and last decade, I would say he is one of the best. They always seem to bring out the best.
You could have gone sports to pander to the sports crowd. You could have gone Peyton Manning,
Charles Barkley.
O.J. Simpson.
O.J. Simpson.
that was one of the funniest jokes of the thing last night. Is like over 800 people have hosted, and only 2 of them have murdered somebody.
It's a beautiful
Did you,
thing.
John? Did you see any of the stuff from last night?
I saw some clips this morning on X.
Did you see the thing that Tom Hanks introduced where it was like an in memoriam? Okay, when he was like, "You guys laughed, so you should be canceled." That was really funny because OJ showed up in there. Those sketches, there were some that were just hilarious. Absolutely,
lots of blackface.
Yes, when it was like all the faces and it just blurred them out. That destroyed me. Oh my gosh,
it was like a super fast montage.
Yes. Oh, that was good. Good stuff.
All right. Well, there it is. We'll save it and post it to social as well. But and we'll let you vote.
So
we'll let you vote on who you thought won.
A good thing from here is like who has the best collection of sketches that you would include by these.
Yeah.
Like you could do. I mean, that's a whole nother.
I love Josh's pick of Rachel Dratch because you do get the hot tub sketch.
Hot tub.
Yeah, like if you just take one sketch from each of your people, who has the best collection?
Well,
after
and that was the reason why I picked Phil Hartman first, because he was in so many and could be a good role player, but obviously unfrozen caveman lawyer. This is one of the best.
Oh yeah.
The anal retentive chef, his Bill Clinton impersonations, his Frank Sinatra when he would host the Sinatra group and would just, insult everybody. Just so good at everything. So I got a lot of sketches there. Eddie Murphy. The one of the first sketches I remember that I thought was risque was when Eddie Murphy did the knockoff of Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Robinson's Neighborhood.
Mr. Robinson's Neighborhood. It was that always made me laugh. So I've got those. Nick, what do you got? You've got now what Nick has, the film shorts, because Andy Samberg and those film
he has
shorts,
Lonely Island stuff.
You definitely won it on the digital shorts category.
The digital shorts thing I think are important overall because they made those for YouTube and then people started to go to YouTube to watch those, and that's kind of what I think started the ball rolling for YouTube even more to grow the way it did.
And
Bobby
Moynihan, with Mike Myers going fifth. I mean, Mike Myers was in so many good sketches. The Sprockets was really good.
What was the thing that they did before the digital shorts? It was like the Cartoon Planet or something like that, or Cartoon
TV Funhouse.
TV Funhouse.
Yeah, that's
TV Funhouse. TV Funhouse.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, they did that. Now they did do some film. John Belushi was in a famous one very early on when they went like 50 years into the future, ironically, and he was the last surviving cast member. That was one of the early film shorts that they did back in the day. Obviously not as many as they did later.
Saturday TV
I'm pissed that Happer got Fred Armisen because Fred Armisen is just one of my favorite comedians. It's his comedy and then the way he does like music with the comedy is really great. All of his Californian stuff just kills me. I love the Californian. Same
was
with
he?
Bill
Well,
Hader.
was he the one who had the joke last night, or was it Mulaney the Kevin Spacey joke?
That was
that
him.
was like
that was Fred Armisen.
It was Armisen. Oh my gosh, that was John. Did you see that? It like was this?
I did not.
It was this thing
And
where they were
everybody
just
behind him was just like,
yeah, they were talking to a bunch of
You're
people in
just
the
like,
audience, and he was like, "I can't wait for the next time when he hosts it." Oh my gosh, when Kevin Spacey hosted, it was very funny. By the way, John, I did send you how to spell Armisen's name in the if we just for
just
the
throw
graphic,
the.
wouldn't you?
It's an
Oh,
E
is that not
instead of an
right?
O.
No, yeah,
It's
Armisen.
Armisen. Oh,
Armisen.
okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
There we go.
Bill Hader. I think my favorite sketch of Bill Hader's was probably the puppet sketch when Seth MacFarlane was hosting, and then they were doing the puppet, and then he made his puppet like a Grenada war veteran. He was just like, "We were just kids." It was like this really funny, goofy thing, and he was just very intense.
There's only, Josh, he gets triggered by my squiggly lines. There's only one squiggly line on here, but that's how you spell Sudeikis.
Sudeikis.
Yeah, just right-click it, John, and click Add to Dictionary, and then there would be no more squiggly line underneath.
Nope, I'm leaving it there because I think it looks
I don't
attractive.
want mine to be squiggly, John.
And it gives Nick's list character.
I don't like it.
How many times am I going to write Sudeikis on here and need to have it spelled?
Who cares? At least.
Oh,
it's in
look,
there.
I could switch it to Sudokus.
You could.
Oh, Josh says one E in Keenan Thompson.
Oh, that's right. Sorry.
It looks like Kanan.
It does.
Yeah.
You know, you see these names in the opening credits, and
Keenan Thompson.
All right. Well, successful draft. Happy New Year, everyone.
Oh, okay.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. It's snowing, and it's February 17th, and Mount Happer is only growing larger by the day.
Yep, that's true.
But next week it's going to get to 60 degrees, so it's going to be melting.
Melt away.
Melting. All right. Well, we will come back and get a grum started next on 1620 The Zone. Brought to you by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com.
Jason Sudeikis nuts.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Well, I hope you're all staying safe out there because, well, it sucks. This was all the stuff we were supposed to get in January, and now we're getting it in February.
Thanks, Josh.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
I never said the snow was done. Don't blame me for this stuff.
Yeah, but you said it wasn't going to get cold anymore.
And if it was warm, then we wouldn't have this right now.
Great
guess
point, Nick.
that's
If it was
true.
warm, it would have come down as rain instead of snow.
Yeah, we could be having February snow right now.
Well, we are having February snow.
Yeah, we are.
Or
Yeah,
February rain. That's
Oh,
what I
yes.
meant. Different
Yeah.
precipitation.
Yeah, like they were having in New York yesterday. I mean, just a dreary,
Live from New
dreary
York?
day. Yes, it was. No, I did not see any famous people. We flew into the Teterboro Airport, which is where we saw Bono that one time.
Nice.
There were a lot of private
sucks?
planes out there on the tarmac, but of course that's when the show was going on, so they hadn't probably left yet.
You did see Rick Pitino yesterday, though, so you saw somebody famous.
Yay!
He didn't see Rick Pitino for very long, though. You know.
Nice. Great reference, Nick.
Thank you.
No, I saw him. I saw him from a distance. I was way up high, and he was way down
That's
low.
true. That's true.
But welcome to the Grum, everybody. Brought to you by Union Bank and Trust, where your money has people. Nice, safely tucked away in our warm homes, right, Nick?
Yep. It's so warm and cozy and toasty here.
I'm sure it is. They always usually keep
You're
it
wearing,
pretty warm.
yeah, you're only wearing a t-shirt, Nick, so it must be warm and toasty in some regard.
I like to be a
Yeah.
little chilly, though. I like to be a little chilly.
Okay.
I see. By the way, we have put up a poll question. Who do you think won the draft? Our SNL cast draft. What you can vote. Right now, we posted the graphic of the social media so you can see how we drafted and why we drafted, and you can comment there as well as far as, I can't believe this person didn't get taken. I thought we did a good job. I'm very pleased with the results of this.
Easy for you and me to say, am I right, John? Many people on many sides are celebrating your list. They're celebrating my list. Not a whole lot of celebration for what Connor and young Nick did, though. Yikes.
Well, it's because, the people who would like my list are young and spry.
And too busy on their phones and vaping.
Yeah, tell your folks to stop vaping, Nick, and vote for you. Maybe you'll get some votes.
You know what? You're right. Stop vaping.
They're too busy on the blue sky. What do they call it?
Yes, blue sky.
Blue sky. And TikTok. Yeah. Let's be honest. They're probably hanging out on TikTok.
Oh, that's right. They're giving all their information to the Chinese government. Of course they are. Well, the Grum Down is brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. The Johnnies seize control of the Big East Conference.
What's up with all the arrows? That's like a sad graphic.
Yeah. Why'd you go with the arrows today?
That was just one of the options. I was busy. I was snow blowing. I didn't have time to get creative today. I had to create the beautiful SNL draft graphic.
That's true. That's true.
It is a good graphic.
Look how much hard work. You can even see the stage in the background. Look how much hard work I did on that.
It does look very good, John.
Oh, I didn't save it. That's why it's blank.
Yeah.
Okay, better save that. There we go.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter anyway. It's on social media.
Well, if you would have done it on Canva, you would have had time to make that graphic and this graphic.
No, I wouldn't have, because I would have been upset at myself for using something such as an inferior product as Canva. I would have been hurting myself. Probably doing what Fred Hoiberg did to himself yesterday in the locker room, just randomly punching things and trying to break clipboards and bleeding all over the place.
He's trying to be UNO.
Nebraska left a little piece of themselves on the floor at Northwestern. Most of it's Fred's DNA from all his blood that he left behind. But Nebraska rallies to win. The Big Ten and the SEC are going to the mattresses. That's a Godfather reference, kids.
Yeah.
Oh, and they want to expand the tourney, too?
What in the world is happening?
Super cool.
It's snowing. The weather sucks. And they just want to ruin everything. Just ruin everything. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic will be along.
Nice.
In his usual spot. And it's the beginning of our regular Michael's Severe Mondays.
Look at that.
He probably has another 10 items he wants to mention about how great the Super Bowl was. I don't know.
We don't have to talk about that ever again. It's a new week, John. It's a brand new season, John.
It is. It's a brand new season because America steps on America's hat.
I don't know what this is in reference to.
What is this?
Did you see the hockey this weekend?
Oh,
no.
Oh, it made a lot of headlines. It was good
stuff.
stuff.
Wait, was this the fight?
Oh, yes.
Okay, I watched the first couple seconds of it.
Yes, the war has started, and it started with USA Hockey versus Team Canada. Richie Incognito. Richie! Remember him? He's back in the news.
Yes, he is.
And we remember Greg Sharpe, who we found out over the weekend passed away due to cancer. at the age of 61. And certainly all of our thoughts go out to Greg's family and friends, and of course his many fans who reached out on social media over the weekend after they learned the news early Saturday. Josh, we learned of it late Friday, and certainly wanted to keep it private until everyone was allowed to, formally inform everybody of his passing. But this was sadly a day that many of us knew was coming. We were just hoping it would wait just a little bit longer, and unfortunately it did not. And I think as we think back, first of all, I never worked with Greg personally, but certainly saw him a lot in the baseball booths over the years. Occasionally up in the football booth, I'd run into him at least 2 or 3 times every season, depending on what the timing was and everything else, and was always a very friendly, very engaging person. Just a true professional in every sense of the word. And I think that for those of you who did not get a chance to know him personally, I think that came through very loud and clear on his broadcasts. He was very much a dogged professional who, always had great accuracy, good enthusiasm, but it was never really about him, which can be hard to do if you're the voice of a team where, just the nomenclature, the voice of X is a little, presumptuous and boastful. But he never really made it about himself, which is rare in this business. And the other thing that is rare in this business is the lack of what, felt like any animosity or vengefulness or revenge, because this could be a very difficult industry. And there's a lot of backbiting that happens and a lot of backstabbing that happens. And I can tell you, folks, being in this business for over 30 years, I've heard a lot of stories about a lot of broadcasters, a lot of people in our business. I never heard one behind the scenes story about Greg Sharpe that was mean-spirited, vengeful, political, because business can be political, right? Trying to climb the ladder, trying to curry favor with the right folks. I never heard one about Greg, and you think about it, his job, the voice of Husker football, is the most celebrated job in our business in this state, even today. And I know the impact of radio broadcast isn't quite the same. I kind of consider my generation the last one that really relied on the radio heavily.
Yeah, for sure.
For the games, because by the time you were old enough, Josh, most, if not all, the games were on TV. And so the need to huddle around the radios as we did wasn't as important. And so just by proxy, it kind of lessened the impact of a radio play-by-play voice. But his ability to still be recognized and noticed for his great work in an era where, it doesn't have as much impact as it did, back in the day with the larger-than-life personalities that once carried the title of voice of the Huskers. Just the way he carried himself through all of it. And probably to me, Josh, the most impressive thing was how he carried himself this last year.
Yeah.
When he announced initially that he was sick, he handled it with as much straightforwardness and grace and dignity as if he were getting ready to conduct an interview with Troy Dannon. And, you know, the features that have been done on him, the stories that have been done on him, the social media moments. We saw the booth dedicated in his name a few weeks ago. The way he just held himself through all of that. And I'm guessing, a lot of us behind the scenes are more willing to show emotion than we are in public when it comes to very sensitive moments like this. But it's hard. It's hard when, everyone comes up and asks you how you doing.
How you doing?
You can see the look on other people's faces because they know that time is running out, and it can be very easy to get overcome, and not that it would have been any shame if he did, but just the way he handled himself through all of this and fought as much as he did to get on the air as much as he did. He was still at times doing the nightly show, which, in my opinion, can be harder than the games, because you're not describing something that's happening in front of you. Doing games can be rather easy, actually. Once all the prep work is done, you're just describing what you see. And being able to power through that and work as much as he did, I just have the utmost respect for Greg, and I always appreciated all of my interactions with him and his genuine curiosity of how things were going with me, and talking about how the Blue Jays were doing, and we'd talk about each other's teams and everything. And I'm going to miss those conversations up in the broadcast booth, and we're all going to miss Greg Sharpe.
A couple things off of what you just said. You mentioned the various videos or articles or whatever it was that came out over the last year, ever since he announced his diagnosis. And I was thinking, when I learned the news over the weekend, about one in particular, and it was like the first kind of deep dive video that came out the day of week one. It came out as Nebraska was about to take on UTEP. And inside of that video, he had mentioned he had two goals once he was diagnosed and he was going through his treatment, and it was to get to the opener against UTEP on August 31st, and it was to get to his daughter's wedding, which is on Saturday, on the 22nd of this month. And I read an article about him last week or 2 weeks ago, and it yet again mentioned that quote. I think it was about the dedication of the booth that I read this article about him, and it again had that quote. And that was the first thing that I thought of when I heard the news, and just how absolutely gutting it was. Because when I read that story and that quote again comes front of mind, I'm thinking, oh my gosh, it's now February. That date is almost here. And I'm just like really hoping that he's able to make it. Every time I talk to somebody who knew him better than I did, because I'd only talked to him a couple of times ever. Anytime I talk to somebody that had spoken to him recently, I was always asking, how does he look? How is he doing? And I think, John, you hit on it. Like, he was always putting on the good face publicly, even though he was often getting asked, how are you doing? And he certainly could have said, not well. Things aren't going very well. I'm stressed. I'm frustrated, whatever it is. He never seemed to do that, at least with the people that I talked to that know him. So that was the first thing that I thought of, and just how gutted I am for him and his family, and his daughter in particular, who's about to get married. And the other thing that I thought of, and maybe on more of a lighter or a happier note, was thinking back to when I went to my first ever Nebraska road game in 2010 in Manhattan, Kansas. And before the Wildcats came out onto the field, they showed the highlight of the Eric Crouch face mask, not face mask play from 1998. And the crowd gave it a large cheer. And I remember, 22-year-old me sitting thinking like, wow, that is wild that the voice that these fans are hearing in the stadium is now wearing red. And he is calling the game as a Nebraska partisan. And I thought about that again over the weekend, and how, even though for so many years he called games for, 90s heads will remember, like maybe the ultimate enemy, or at the very least second to Colorado that people don't even think about that anymore. They don't think of him as the Kansas State Wildcat. They think of him as one of us. They think of him as one of our own. They think of him as a Cornhusker. And I don't think that it's easy for any broadcaster to have to do that. I can't imagine what it was like. I can't imagine how it weighed on him early on, and how he probably had conversations with people professionally and privately, and, you know, friendships or whatever, about like, how do you think this is going to go over? I was the voice of the Wildcats. And I think that is one of the special parts about him too. You mentioned the professionalism. You mentioned the way that he was able to make the broadcast about the game, even in his finest moments, Hail Marys, you know, game-winning field goals, whatever it is. The broadcast was always about the broadcast. And so, again, I'm gutted. I'm gutted for his daughter in particular. I'm gutted for his whole family. But I just couldn't stop thinking about that date, February 22nd, when we learned the news on Friday.
That is a hard trick, by the way, to pull off. If you have been previously affiliated with another team, especially a rival team, and you're able to move to the other side and do it well, and do it to the point where people either just forgot that you were ever with the other side, or gave you the grace and, you know, allowed you to do your job without, you know, unnecessary criticism. You know, I can think of one other broadcaster who certainly switched affiliations, and while Greg Sharpe and Harry Carey are two very different broadcasters, Harry Carey pulled it off, having been the Cardinals voice, and then later became the Cubs voice and was celebrated for both. And Greg was able to do that. The other thing, I to kind of wrap up my thoughts on all of this, the fact that he was able to be as celebrated and beloved as he was, given the fact that over the course of his 17 years, there wasn't a lot of winning, or at least the winning that Nebraskans were used to. Bremser got to call championships. Pavelka got to call championships. Warren Swain, in just a handful of seasons, got to call a championship. And Greg did not. Didn't even get a chance to call a football conference championship. And so for people to still say, man, you know, I'm going to miss not hearing him when I'm out in the fields, you know, getting the harvest in, or in my truck, or even at the stadium, or wherever it may be, again, speaks loudly about how good he was at his job, and the connection, because that's the thing, is the broadcaster making that connection with the fans. And that connection was made, even though, yes, there are warm memories, certainly. I mean, obviously, you know, the quote, the call that is now up on the facing of the press box, not on the outside, but on the inside of the press box, the Ron Kellogg Hail Mary, certainly the Alex Henry field goal, what Ndamukong Suh was able to do in 2009, some of the other great moments, even though he did not get to call that moment for the Nebraska football team, he still was able to be remembered for a lot of other things. And that's why I am particularly happy today that last May, he got to call that baseball dog pile. He got to call that dog pile at Charles Schwab Field when the Nebraska baseball team won the Big Ten tournament. And at the end of the day, I mean, it's a Big Ten tournament title, right? They didn't need to win it to go to the NCAA tournament, but to have that moment, to have that release, knowing what he was going through, and that was still at the very beginning of his battle, and you know, there might have still been, you know, there was probably still hope, glimmer of hope that he was going to be okay. But I'm so grateful that the baseball team was able to give him a moment like that. And then they celebrated that moment with him. And of course, they had the patches they wore for him last year. And then the way they pulled it out over the weekend, beating Vanderbilt, winning the rest of the weekend, really, really special. So I'm very happy that he got to call some of those great moments. But he will be missed. And certainly, again, all of our thoughts and prayers go to family, friends, and fans, of which I know of you, there are many.
Yeah.
So on that note, we'll take a break. By the way, kudos to Josh Odson. He put out some really good stuff over the weekend. You'll be hearing some tributes here on this radio station at various times for Greg. And we just wanted to do that as a tribute to him and all the great things that he was able to do here for us over the course of the last 2 decades. We will continue. We've got a lot more to come. The basketball over the weekend, Mitch Sherman still coming up, and a whole lot more. So glad you could be there today. We'll be back right after this on 1620 The Zone. The baseball's on today. I just realized Nebraska's
Oh
up.
yeah.
Is that's on the plus, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm about to open it up on my TV here in the office. Which, by the way, John, You will be very happy to know. Look at the bookcase.
Yeah.
It's very empty. There will not be any celebrating.
You're back to burning books.
There will be no celebrating of the Michigan book because it is already packed away. Very sad.
Are we logged into Plus on this TV in here?
I don't know.
Should be. Let's see. There it is. Let's call it up, baby. Call it up. Nebraska and Grand Canyon. Oh,
there it is
on the TV. So, yeah, 1-0 Nebraska. Oh, and looks like they're going to advance on a wild pitch. All right, out on the dark gray uniforms. 9-9-9. Bad.
Why'd you say 9?
Because that's
German for no.
I know what it is. Interesting choice, though.
I don't like it. It's too dark. Might as well be black uniforms.
What if they had John? What if they had the tops with like white bottoms? How would you feel about it if it was that look? No.
If you're gonna go gray,
the jerseys.
Do a normal gray.
I like the jerseys.
Don't, as Rob Anderson would call it, anthracite. Remember when Creighton had those? Creighton had those dark grays for a couple of years during the Maurice Watson years. Wasn't a fan of those either. Too dark.
Well, I think they're cool.
Well, of course you do.
Did the Roku remote have all these chips in it before?
Is it not working for you, Nick?
No, just straight
up.
It
was working for me on Friday. I used it on Friday. Are you sure it's on the Roku channel right now, Nick? Do you have to change the TV to input 3?
You got to change the input to input 3.
I didn't realize that.
Sometimes you got to teach the youngs how to use technology, John. It's a tough look, but I'm happy that we can be here to bring Nick along the line.
I don't know what I would do without you guys.
Tony is concerned. Did you pack away the book Michigan Liars and Cheats by Sam E. Sausage?
I'm concerned about Tony because he doesn't know how to spell liars. So tough look for Tony there.
But that's probably the title of the book because it's a Michigan man who wrote it, and there's no way they could spell it correctly.
Not great.
Well,
was this your exact quote, John? 999. It's too dark. Ugh.
Yeah, the gray is too dark.
Handshake meme was certain someone.
Yeah, that certain someone is the idiot who designed those. Of course, Adidas is batting 0.00 when it comes to uniforms, though Nebraska managed to win in those ugly-ass things yesterday.
Only have one loss in them so far.
I couldn't, but it was a home loss. So, I still think they're cursed and they need to be set ablaze like all of Josh's books. I did not get a chance to see it, obviously, because I was busy calling a game of my own. I was a little surprised because I saw some early tweets when I was in a break, and it was like, "Oh, Northwestern kicking some butt." And then to my surprise, about an hour and a half later, when I saw it was a tie game, and then of course Nebraska eventually won. So I can't say I have a ton of takes on this, other than hell of a comeback. Given that usually these are the types of games when Nebraska lays an egg, they make sure that the egg cracks, they make sure that it oozes all over the place, and they make sure they slip and fall in it. But somehow they emerged on the other side unscrambled.
Yeah. And then they wipe the eggs off their uniforms.
It's a breakfast thing, I saw the Sam E. Sausage, so I just think about
John, have you eaten?
Yeah, I did. I had a sandwich. Got some delicious chili tonight. Not to tease dinner later.
What's for dinner? Yeah, dude, it was a game where I think we've all seen it one too many times, and it seemed like it was just gonna hang out in that disgusting category, moving forward as we would remember it. They were down 7-0. Their first point came on a free throw. They kept missing field goals. They were down by 10. Like that. And that's where the game then stayed for minutes, for like a whole half, essentially. By the time that Nebraska finally got it to single digits, and Revson mentioned it, like, yeah, that's the first time that it's in single digits since it was, whatever it was, 12-3 or something. It's like, oh my gosh. You had kind of forgotten that the game felt like a blowout throughout much of it. You got to give them so much credit. I cannot believe that they won. I can't believe that they came back and made it interesting. I know that there's been a lot of conversation today about Fred Oiberg and about his hand. And, one of the things that I know has been like this kind of dig on him from some over the years is like, why doesn't he show more emotion? And it's like, because it's a literal health thing with him. You know, he can't, or he doesn't want to raise his level of anger or frustration, whatever it is, to a certain level because it's not good for him. And so for him to, he tried to break a clipboard in the first half. He did something. He punched a clipboard in the second half. He's bleeding. He has his hand wrapped. And they come out, and in a way, they don't respond very well. They're suddenly down by 20. And then they start chipping it away. And I think the thing, and I should see if I can find it real fast. There was a tweet from Mike Sauter. Yeah, here it is. So Nebraska went on, John, over the course of many, many, many minutes. They went on a 22-4 run. It was over 9 minutes and 9 seconds. So, like, that's obviously to hold a team to 4 points is exquisite in that amount of time. To score 22, that's pretty solid, of course, as well. But they went on an 8-0 run over the final 346 of that. Northwestern had a 4+ minute scoring drought. They were 1 for 8 on field goals. They were over their last 6 as the time of the screenshot. They turned the ball over a ton as well. But in the midst of that long, long run for Nebraska, Nebraska was unable to get some points. They got within 6. And then it was like they kept having these empty possessions. Nice looking 3, miss. But they got to stop. Wide open 3, miss. Got to stop again. A missed 2-pointer. I think they had 4 straight possessions when they were they were down by 6, and they were never able to score, but the defense got to stop every single time. And in my opinion, that is the moment that allowed them to win the basketball game. They only win by 4 in the end. They do a great job, and Northwestern does some really weird crap at the end in terms of fouling and taking a little bit of time to foul. But they played off of both sides of the court really, really well. But when the offense struggled, their defense, raised the level of intensity, especially on those 4 possessions. I think that they're going to make the tournament now. I feel really good about that. And I think that we are going to look back on this Northwestern game as the catalyst for it. Because if they lose, John, and especially if they lose by double digits, who knows what happens now over the next few games. But thankfully for them, they don't have to worry about that. A nice bounce. Well, it's not really a nice bounce back. It's a nice second half performance after a horrible first half. But I was going to say it was a nice bounce back after the loss that they had to Maryland on Thursday. Just a weird game, but in the end, it's a W in the win column, and that's going to be all that matters.
This would have been a bad loss.
Oh.
No question. This would have been a bad loss. Northwestern is, they're perfectly, I dare say a little below mediocre in the Big Ten. I know they show up, very, 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 very deep on some people's boards, but to lose like that on the road would not have been a good loss. I'm not saying it would have kept Nebraska from getting in the tournament because obviously there's still other games to play, but it would have had the potential of branching into another loss on the road at Penn State. And then you come home from Michigan, and then all of a sudden you're like up against it again. So I think from a momentum standpoint, it's an important win, but it would have been a bad loss. As of now, according to Torvik, Nebraska had slipped just slightly to just outside of the last 4 in. They were in the last 4 buys over the weekend, but they are now up into the 10-seed category, high 10-seed category, with an 87% chance or 87% probability of being in the tournament, according to Torvik's T-Ranketology. So certainly it got them off of there because if they had lost, they would no question be in the last 4 in category today. And that percentage chance would probably be in the 60s, I would guess, judging by kind of how this methodology works. And this is just one person's opinion. Obviously, it's not binding, but a lot of this stuff is not binding. Though I would mention this, something I noticed over the weekend, and I've not looked at this before. Usually when the committee reveal comes out, I'm right in the middle of doing a game, so I don't really have a chance to kind of sit and pick it over in the moment. But we were waiting for the flight to take off on Saturday, and on the bracket matrix, they nailed all 16 teams that were in the committee's reveal. The selection committee did their reveal of the top 4 seeds in each region. All the 1 seeds were 1 seeds on bracket matrix. All the 2 seeds were 2 seeds on bracket matrix. All the 3 seeds were 3 seeds on bracket matrix. All the 4 seeds were 4 seeds on bracket matrix. The order of the 16 was not perfect, but just the fact that all of these bracketologists, and it's the average, I think the average is 102 different bracketologists on Saturday morning. The fact that they lined up as well as they did was rather interesting to me. It just gives you an idea that, even though this is kind of a guessing game, you got a lot of people out here who really study this stuff and really try to guess the behaviors of the committee. And there is not usually a ton of dramatic shifts from what is projected to what is. So even though we always kind of put the asterisk or the qualifier on, hey, remember, this is just one person's opinion, blah, blah, blah. At the end of the day, a lot of these bracketologists are really, really close.
And when you put it together in the aggregate?
Yes.
Yeah. That's interesting, man. That's really, really interesting that it ended up being that perfect and it nailed it that much. There was one that I saw, I think it was Palm during halftime of the game yesterday. He had Nebraska as a 9 seed. So, it really does feel like if they're able to get the win on Wednesday at Penn State, another road win, I almost want to call them a lock. It just puts them in such a good position at that point in time, assuming they're not going to lose out. But, man, it really does set them up particularly well with 2 home games in their final few, or would it be 3 home games in their last 4, and then obviously the Big Ten tournament as well.
Getting a lot more reaction to our SNL draft. People have their takes.
Oh, yeah.
They have their takes. Old Man Doug is going after all you youngs today. He reminds you that it's 50 years of SNL, not 15, though he did say you redeemed yourself with Dan Aykroyd, spelled Akroid.
He is the worst typer and speller of all time. If he's not going to respect the English language, how am I going to respect him?
I didn't know how to spell his name either. I had to look it up.
He came after me too.
Well, rightfully so.
Yeah. Velvet Milkman says Seth Meyers over Nealon for Weekend Update is egregious. Sabrina Carpenter, The Strokes over Nirvana as a musical guest? ? No Parnell, Julius Sweeney, among others. I feel like Frank Costanza with all my grievances. And friend of the Grum, Mike Schaefer, with a very detailed breakdown. He said, I had the best draft. He said the best overall pick was Norm Macdonald.
Got him second.
The best early value was Eddie Murphy. The best middle value was Darrell Hammond. The best late value was Dan Aykroyd. The worst pick overall was Jimmy Fallon. There's some agreement on that. Worst draft, Nick. The biggest omission from the cast was Tim Meadows. The biggest omission from Weekend Update, Kevin Nealon. The biggest omission is host Steve Martin. So Schaefer really getting detailed. I like that break.
Appreciate it.
And you can vote. You can vote right now on who you thought did best. We posted the social media graphic of how we drafted our SNL cast. And if you would like to vote, please do so on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed. Share it with your friends, too. Let them vote. Just go to @USC1620 on Twitter, and you'll be able to find the post rather easily. Coming up next, the Blue Jays with an opportunity to get first, but it slips away with, there's another offensive rebound. Next on 1620 The Zone. The Backlot Tap House, Omaha's place for the best Detroit-style pizza. We can tell you because we've had it. It's good. 30 beers on tap. Great place to relax with friends for pizza and beer. This Friday, you can get $50 worth of gift certificates for only $25. You'll be able to find more details and buy those $50 worth of certificates for half price by visiting 1620thezone.com starting Friday at 9. However, we'll have a chance for you to win a few later this week. Not sure how we'll do it.
Are we going to play Gin Rummy on the radio?
I don't know how to play Gin Rummy. Maybe Pinochle?
Can we figure out how to make craps on the radio work, Josh?
I could figure this out. Craps would be awesome.
You know what? Do that. We need to expand.
I mean, Josh takes craps on the radio every day.
Hey-o!
1620 the casino should expand to a second game.
Don't hate that idea.
We got to figure out the first one first.
That's true. Maybe we try 21 again. We try blackjack. You just got blackjacked.
I'll bring a different set of cards.
Thank you. Yes, Nick. At the very least, that would be something we would need to do.
Well, yesterday in Madison Square Garden, the Blue Jays had a chance to get into a first-place tie with St. John's, but went through a pretty rough 5 minutes of the second half where they missed 11 straight shots, and then St. John's took control, and Creighton could not get over the hump. And so now the Johnnies are in command of the conference standings, regular season title, 2 games up with 5 games to play, 79-73, a game that was a lot higher scoring than a lot of people would have expected, though that was due in large part to all the free throws that were shot in this one. It has been a long time since Creighton had a team in the bonus as early as they did. It was halfway through the second half. Very interestingly officiated game, but I won't make excuses. The real reason Creighton lost this game were the 2 things that we said could not happen.
Said it on Friday.
And that is points off turnovers, turnovers in general, and points off turnovers, and offensive rebounds and points off those offensive rebounds. Half of St. John's points came from points off turnovers and second chance points.
Wow.
And then 17 more came at the free throw line. So you look at those opportunities that were given away, you're talking about 57 of the 79 points came in those categories. Points off turnovers, second chance points, and free throws. And remember, St. John's shot 29 of them. They only made 59% of their free throws. But in sheer mass, and that's really how St. John's wins. This is not a good shooting basketball team. They're not. I mean, this for a team that has got this many wins, is this high in the standings, they don't shoot the basketball particularly well. Yesterday, they were 38% for the game and yet scored 79 points against one of the best defenses in the conference because points off turnovers, second chance points, points at the free throw line. It was the areas that Creighton could least afford to have happen, and it did. And I for the life of me, it's been 3 games now in a row, going back to the Marquette game, where so many long misses and ugly long misses end up really turning into passes. And, at some point, you can look at it and say, man, that's a lot of tough luck. But at some point, I don't know how you practice these things, but, and some of it, too, is the way Creighton plays defensively. Sometimes you're just not in position to get some of those rebounds because you're so assignment sound on who you're supposed to be on, where the calls are supposed to be, funneling things downhill to Kalkbrenner, that maybe these are just areas where Creighton is not going to be particularly strong. There were areas, certainly, of the 45 rebounds. Let's see, what did I say? 20 offensive rebounds. Is that what I said? Yeah, 20 offensive rebounds, where Creighton certainly could have been tougher. No doubt about it. Not every one of the 20 offensive rebounds was tough luck, long shots turning into long passes. There are areas they certainly could have been tougher. But it is weird to watch some of these just terrible shots go up and it ends up turning into an assist. There was one, Richmond had a mid-range jumper by a 10-footer that, I mean, I don't even know if it got higher than the rim. He was clearly shooting it. I mean, the motion was, unless, he's mastered the art of making it look like a shot, but it ended up being a perfect pass to Ejiofor, who went in for the dunk. But he was clearly going up as if to shoot it, so I had to assume he was shooting it. And it ended up turning into an assist and an easy bucket. Just really, really, really tough. But this St. John's team makes you work on every possession. You cannot fall asleep against these guys. Just inbounding the basketball at times in the backcourt was difficult. Obviously, anytime the ball goes up and the shot gets missed, you've only completed half the mission on defense when you're trying to stop somebody, because the other half is you got to get the basketball.
Mm-hmm.
And too many times they didn't get the basketball, and St. John's wins. And Lewis had an excellent game yesterday, 23 points, 14 rebounds. Richmond had 19 and 10. The Jays had done a pretty good job in the previous couple of matchups against R.J. Lewis, but yesterday just not enough. And now Creighton's got a hill to climb. It's probably the blessing is that St. John's still has a Marquette game. They still have a UConn game left on the schedule. Creighton's finishing order isn't as arduous. But the way the Johnnies are playing right now, and they're playing with an awful lot of confidence.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be hard for them, in my view, to lose both of those games and then have Creighton sweep the rest of theirs just to get to a tie.
Couldn't agree with you more, first of all. Second of all, let's see what happens with Kalkbrenner, right? And that's something that we got to mention is that injury, and he exits, and, in the moment live, dude, just given, I don't know, like your angle when it first happened versus when you got a chance to see it on TV, but because it kind of looked so, I don't know, casual's not the right word, but just like his foot landing flat like it did, the first thing that I thought of was, I think he broke his foot, and I think he's probably done. Thankfully that's not the case, and so now you see what happens with him, moving forward. Mac mentioned after the game, he's going to be really sore. The day after a game like that, is always going to be, I'm guessing today is going to be the worst day that he has. And thankfully this comes at the bye where Creighton's not going to have to play again for a week. So that's one thing. The other is you talked about the high scoring nature of this game versus maybe what we would have expected coming in. St. John's wins 79-73. The fact that Creighton had 73 and they also had that essentially 7-minute stretch without a point, which, I mean, I have to imagine, since the Zone has had Creighton games and since you've been calling them, that you have seen a stretch of basketball without a point that long. But, man, it was just brutal how many opportunities they had, and that the game was still close throughout. Like, it's not like suddenly St. John's was up by 12 to 15 points. The Creighton was still playing good defense throughout that as well. But at the end of that especially, you just saw it seemed like it was wearing on Creighton that they still couldn't get a basket. And so, I think back to 3 games ago going into that stretch that they had. I said, can they go 2-1 versus 1-2? And they ended up getting the first one. And you're like, wow, they have a game in hand. And now they have UConn and then they have St. John's. But, they had leads in both of them and they were unable to hold on to them. And so, the thing I'm most curious about is just Kalkbrenner and how healthy he's going to be moving forward.
With him, or at least seeing him after the game last night, he walked on the bus, seemed okay, walked onto the plane, seemed okay. Now, obviously, the next day is always a little different, but he told Matt DeMarinis afterwards that he's going to be fine. So we'll take that for what it is. They do have this week off, so certainly a chance to heal up and get rested. It's been a long grind. And at the end of the day, I know there's a lot of Creighton fans who are disappointed because they had a chance and came up 6 points short. But if you go back to the beginning of what we called this 6-game stretch, starting with Xavier, and then Villanova, Providence, Marquette, UConn, St. John's, Creighton still finished at 4-2, which I think a lot of people would have been happy with 3-3, given, everything where it
100%.
was. So still, 4-2, still in really good position to make the NCAA tournament. The chances of winning the regular season aren't as great, but, we'll see how they respond and finish after this. The 3-point shooting has been a bit of a concern. This is not a great 3-point shooting team from a Creighton standpoint when you graded against other Creighton teams. They were just 27% yesterday. They haven't been good in the last 4 games. They need the McAndrew, Trout, Jason Green, even though Jason had a great game, 10 points yesterday. They need that combination of guys to give you that, 12 to 15 points and give you that perimeter threat. Trout was 1 for 3. McAndrew was 1 for 4. They needed a couple more buckets from that group, and certainly a couple more buckets. That 6 points, there's your margin right there. Those things would certainly help, but that's part of the nature of how this team is and how it has been built this year. And it's not the classic Doug McDermott, Ethan Wragge, teams that hit 40% of their threes. If they could, Creighton would probably be undefeated in the Big East, to be honest with you, if they had that kind of shooting. But they don't this year. They still have shooters, and they're still going to shoot, but the percentages have been creeping ever downward. Just 4 for 17 in the second half, and they went through a stretch, like you mentioned, it went
7 minutes,
well over 5 minutes without a field goal. 0 for 11 at one point.
And they missed some free throws in there too.
Yeah, Stephen Ashworth missing 2 front ends. So that's 3 times in a row he's missed 3 front ends of 1-and-1s, which is just really, really rare. But those, that's the loss really of 2 points, because you miss the first one, you don't get the second. So, missed opportunities there. And St. John's pulls out the win. I will say this. I'm not criticizing the crowd. I expected a lot more energy than I got. And
do you think it's how the game script, like it didn't start off in St. John's favor? Though I guess you figure that when the run happens and they take the lead, that it would get going.
Yeah, it didn't feel like, it certainly did not feel like the best crowd I've ever experienced in that building was a UConn Villanova Big East tournament game. That was, high level intensity, but you had 2 fan bases who were there, very passionate, kind of going after each other. This was 18,000 people, with St. John's. It didn't have the energy I was expecting for it. And again, I'm not saying it was a bad crowd. Maybe my expectations were a little higher than what it was, but they still turned out in droves. And now they're watching a first place team and in position to win their first, at least a share, but probably outright Big East title in 33 years.
Wow.
All right, we'll take a break. We will come back. We've got more to come. Mitch Sherman will join us from The Athletic and a whole lot more. But first, quick word for On the Line. Speaking of going out and getting great players, well, that's what On the Line can help do. Helps us little guy get involved in the action by gamifying your giving. And here's how it works. On the Line, Omaha-based company, works with all 3 major Division I college programs, Creighton, Nebraska, UNO. And you go to athleticsontheline.com, pick that favorite school, and then pick a measurable metric of your choice. Heck, it's baseball season now. Maybe you're picking runs. Maybe you're picking hits. Basketball, you're picking points. You're picking rebounds. Football, touchdowns, first downs, whatever the case may be. You attach any dollar figure of your choosing to that measurable metric, and for every time that metric hits, you make a donation towards your favorite school's NIL. If you're an Omaha fan, maybe it's hockey goals. Could be anything. It's your choice. Visit On the Line today, athleticsontheline.com. When your team rewards you, you reward your team and help your favorite school's NIL efforts. athleticsontheline.com. Classic Television Broadcasting 2025. The ESPN Plus broadcast of Nebraska baseball. By the way, it's 1-1 in the 7th. Grand Canyon got a solo home run. Oh, okay, they do have a center field camera. I was waiting to see if they had a center field camera because I was going to mention they have a graphic for the pitch speed, but I didn't think they had a center field camera, but they just switched the angle. So I guess they do have a center field camera.
You were about to rip on them. You apologized.
Well, I was about to. But
looks great.
Just goes to show you, stop using the behind home plate camera. It's just as annoying as the people who get annoyed by the volleyball angle where it's behind the play instead of along the side. The only time I want to see the behind home plate shot is just a quick glance at where the infield is set up or where the defense is set up. And then obviously anytime you need to follow the track of the ball, except like ESPN does where they jerk the camera up and make it look like the ball's been launched to the moon when it's actually a pop-up to second base. That's the only time
you lugged the soapbox home just for this particular segment. Nice work.
You're damn right. You're damn right. I am very picky about how my baseball is shot.
Oh, I know.
I got to say something, John.
Oh, here we go. Like what bad take is it this time, Nick?
I like these Nebraska uniforms a lot.
Of course you do.
Good take, Nick.
I don't like Grand Canyons. I've never liked the vest baseball uniform. I think the vest looks bad.
Whoa, really?
Yeah.
I like the vest. It reminds me of, you know what it reminds me of, Nick? The 2001 World Series in the Arizona Diamondbacks, baby.
And I know as a Rockies fan, I should, because everyone's like, oh, the 2007 Rocktober, they had the vest. No, they look bad.
Again, I have no problems with the design of the uniform other than the gray is just too dark.
No, it looks good.
The anthracite is, if you're going to go that dark, you might as well just have black uniforms.
It's a good charcoal color.
That's a good idea too, John. I like a black jersey as well. Good take, John.
Yeah, of course you do, because black is not one of their colors.
The scarlet and the cream and black.
And black. It's in the song.
And anthracite. Dark gray. Well, either
Aaron and Papillion writes, John is
1-1 in the 7th.
Jonathan Old, you see the ball in flight for a half a second from the center field view. They need to get better at behind the home view and working it, but at least you see the ball more of the time. Aaron and Papillion disagrees with your takes, John.
I don't care.
Well, that was a weird camera angle.
Yeah, we know.
Well, that was just a producer in the truck who just got a little.
Let's point it at the first baseman.
That's all. I mean,
Nick, you watched a lot of baseball this weekend, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
What does your girlfriend think of the amount of baseball that you watch?
Well, she likes baseball, so she's fine with it.
Okay, that's good. Nick was tweeting about college baseball at like 2 a.m.
Yeah, I was. That Hawaii Marshall game was great.
Michael Severe, who will join us in a little bit, he's texted me.
Oh, he didn't watch any baseball.
Oh, wait, never mind. I'm not going to read this text. I understand what Michael is saying now. Never mind.
Oh, is it something that can't be read?
Well, I mean, I guess I could. He says there are men who don't like the end zone view during volleyball matches. Like, okay, Mike. Horny, bonk, 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 bonk. It's not about that, Michael.
Oh,
that's a horrible camera angle. You can't see what's happening.
Yeah, I just don't like it for the camera angle.
It looks bad.
Also, there are butts all over the internet. You can find butts everywhere.
Yeah,
they're all over the place. Yeah.
Stop
it's all
being
over
horny.
Stop being horny.
Yeah,
Good luck, Greg. Michael's in his 50s.
Stop appreciating beauty.
Yeah.
Guys are so worried about what other people are going to think of.
John, I'm not worried. That's not how I watch volleyball. I don't just stare at the asses the entire time.
I want to see the game.
John, if you want to be horny on the radio, I don't care. I'm just going to call you out for it. But like, you obviously don't care what I think.
Call me out.
Don't get so mad when I call you out for it.
No.
Why do you care so much what I think? I could just turn the conversation right back on you.
Which implies that it's bad.
Well,
but
you're the one.
Your opinion sucks.
You're the one taking that implication. If you want to say this, say whatever you want.
That's exactly what it is, but that's fine. You have your right to your opinion. That's fine.
And you have the right to yours.
That's right. And mine's right and yours isn't. Still to come, the Big Ten and the SEC are going to the mattresses.
Mm-hmm.
The fear is here, my friends. It's coming, and whether we like it or not. And now we're going to have to get used to terms like 4-4-2-2-1-1 model.
No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to say those things. I'm not saying those numbers back to back to back to back to back. No.
Didn't last
What
season?
What if it's a combination to your luggage?
It might be, and that's why I don't want to say it.
Last season, didn't we just come up with a name for this stuff so we didn't
We
have to keep saying
did.
numbers?
Yeah, and I don't remember what we
call it
called
the
it.
mango model this time.
The mango model.
Mango model.
Let's
We don't have to say
workshop that a
about
little bit, Nick.
numbers and stuff.
Let's workshop it just a little bit.
Yeah, we'll workshop it. But we'll have details on that still to come. But coming up next, Mitch Sherman will join us from The Athletic. We'll get his thoughts on the passing of Greg Sharpe, his thoughts on the news of the day in college sports. Matt Rule apparently had a pretty good speech this past weekend at the Broyles Award. But I also want to ask him about the new coaching staff. You know, for a staff that is going through some massive overhauls, in years past, this would have garnered many takes, good or bad. But it doesn't feel like the takes are as hot this year or as plentiful.
Also, John, speaking of the coaching staff, here's a little something we can go into the break with before we talk to Mitch. Pete Nakos from On3, he just put out a story about Texas's running backs coach search as they lost their running backs coach to Shard Choice to the Detroit Lions last week. And 3 names are mentioned. The Baylor running backs coach, the Georgia Tech running backs coach, but the first one that is mentioned is actually E.J. Barthel. So a coach that I think, A, a lot of people don't want on the staff anymore, and B, a lot of folks didn't think would be on the staff anymore, is the first name mentioned. So something to keep an eye on with Pete Nakos, because he's obviously one of the more plugged-in reporters in college football.
All right, so all of that and more as we continue here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct and 1620 The Zone. Oh my goodness, it is cold outside, and it is going to be cold for a while. So maybe this is a good time to just think about better thoughts. You know, you've been wondering about your bathroom and going, man, that thing could just use an upgrade. I want that walk-in shower. I want something that looks more modern and functional. Well, your home improvement company is here to help because they can make transforming your bathroom easier than you could possibly imagine. Transform your space by saving up to 30% off a bathroom remodel. Imagine turning your bathroom into a spa-like retreat, whether it's that sleek new design, the walk-in shower, whatever the case may be. YHIC can help, and they use premium American-made materials that will look good for years. And it's financing that you can handle as well, with no money down, no interest, and no payments available until 2026. So call YHIC today at 402-764-1720 and schedule a free in-home consultation to find out how they can reimagine your bathroom. It's a limited time offer. Don't miss out. Let me repeat. Up to 30% off a bathroom remodel. Call 402-764-1720. That's 402-764-1720. You're going to love the difference with your home improvement company. Go to YHIC.com and find out how. YHIC will exceed your expectations and make your home better. So don't wait. Call today, 402-764-1720, and love the difference.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Mitch. Mitch.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Mitch, welcome. Enjoying another wonderful snow day. Nick
Hello.
is there. You go. Sorry,
Hey, Mitch.
Little miscommunication there. Mitch, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing well. How are you?
Not bad. How many times have you scooped already today?
I've just been driving over it today. I had too much going on, but I'm probably going to have to get out there before it turns double digits below 0. I'm already tired of it, and I've only done it twice this year, but it's all in the last week. So I'm ready for it to be over, guys.
Yeah, Mitch, do you think that makes it worse that this year we did not get it like over the course of months, and also we didn't get a white Christmas, and instead it's all happening within the span of what, now a week and a half, and it's coinciding with the below 0 temps this week?
Yeah, this week is these last few days have been bad and looking to get worse here in the next few days. I don't know. I mean, I generally am okay with snow. It's otherwise, why do you live here if you can't handle snow? But this is a strangely timed, strangely divided snow season. I don't really like going the whole winter until mid-February or early February with nothing, and then getting dumped on when we're supposed to be teasing to spring.
No, I could not agree more, and I think, Josh, you're onto something. The fact that we're getting it now versus little pieces of it during the whole year just makes it that much worse because of that tease you said, Mitch. I mean, we were so close. We were going to get there. Jack Mitchell keeps talking about scratching off days, and now all of a sudden it's like we burned the calendar.
Jack Mitchell. I mean, if you're going to be in Arizona.
Yeah, good point.
I do think that there's something, it's a little bit easier to deal with this double whammy of cold and snow that we're getting this week, because you know that it's going to be a lot warmer in a few weeks. When this happens in December, it is more bleak, because you know that you're not looking at any improvement. But we know college baseball is on TV and the radio, and that means that there are better days ahead.
Mitch, there's no great transition, so we'll just move right into it. What are you going to remember most about Greg Sharpe?
Yeah, I talked about this earlier today, and I feel strongly that what my enduring memory is that he was always able to be classy and above the fray in a time in Nebraska athletics when that was not an easy thing to do. I mean, there's been so much low-hanging fruit and just ability, the reasons to want to criticize Nebraska and to want to be, what some people would consider unfair at times. Sometimes it is fair. Sometimes it's justified. It can get sophomoric. It can get silly, nauseating. That's what it's been like a lot to be around the Nebraska football program and the dysfunction that has existed in Nebraska sports. Not right now. Like right now, they have a lot of things that are trending in a positive direction. I mean, this is as strong of a time right now with like all signs pointing up, or most signs pointing up, as we've seen in the last couple of decades. But for most of the time that Greg was the voice of Nebraska football and Nebraska baseball, there were a whole lot to be critical of and to get caught up in negativity. And Greg was just, he worked for the school, so there was a fine line he had to walk. But I I just always admired the way that he was able to stay out of the mess. And, it speaks to just who he is as a person.
Yeah, Mitch, we talked about it earlier. The thing that, or I guess I thought of a lot of stuff, but one of the things that stood out to me in all of the best ways was, and I told the story about going to the 2010 Nebraska-Kansas State game, is you can find all these old highlights where he's the voice of Kansas State. And yet today, I mean, I'm sure they are celebrating and remembering him too, but he very much felt like he was one of us, that he was from here and not from anywhere else. And I don't think that that's very easy to do. And I think that he walked that line as well better than a whole lot of announcers would.
Yeah, he's a Kansas City guy. And like you said, got invested in this business calling Kansas State games at a time when Kansas State and Nebraska were not seeing eye to eye. There was some bad blood between those two football programs, and yeah, I mean, Greg just kind of always floated above that. Even when he first started at Nebraska, I don't think that there was animosity about the fact that they hired a K-State guy. It just didn't seem like that. It seemed like as soon as he got to Lincoln, oh, he's a Nebraska guy. He identified with Nebraskans. That was a big part of it. It wasn't just that he was wearing the red polo. It was the way that he communicated with Nebraskans that it just felt like such a natural connection.
It's funny because you don't hear much as much pining for the radio announcers as you used to when we were growing up, Mitch. When games were more on the radio than they were on TV, and yet how the outpouring of support and grief for Sharpe and the family says an awful lot about him, that he was able to cut through. And I think what you said earlier about staying above the fray, because as we know, this job can be very, very, very political. And he was not. He was apolitical and was able to walk that fine line.
Yeah, that's really true. And everybody watches all the games on TV, so there's probably a lot of people out there who were really touched by Greg in some way or another, but rarely listen to his radio calls, at least live in the games, because you watch it on TV. And sure, you can turn down the volume and turn up the radio, but it's not something.
But that's a harder thing than it used to be.
Because people don't have radios sitting in their house. I mean, when I want to do that, and I'll do it sometimes, when I'm watching a Nebraska baseball game or a basketball game, football games, I'm at the game, but it's harder to do because you have to do it you can still do it, but it's you're running through streaming, and it's hard to match it up. It's not like it used to be. I mean, in the days of Lyle Bremser, it felt like you welcomed that person, and I wasn't really around to listen to Lyle, but that's the power that the radio broadcaster had at that time, and that I was not alive or just a little kid when he was doing games. But I can speak more to Kent. I grew up listening to Kent Pavelka on the radio with Nebraska games, and in that time, it felt like that was a person that you knew because I depended on him to give me the game as it was going on. And I think today in Greg's world, it's a different connection that people have with the person who sits in that chair, but he was able to find a way to still connect with everybody. So many people, even when they consumed his content in a different way.
Again, Mitch, no easy way now to go at the off-ramp off of this conversation, but I did want to ask you about your story that went up earlier today on The Athletic about Nebraska's coaching staff. You had 3 superlatives, you had 3 questions for 2025. Like now that the dust has settled on this group of coaches, what most surprises you? And I guess this could be the expectation you had going into Black Friday versus what ultimately ended up happening, a name that maybe was floated that they did or didn't land, whatever it is. What surprises you about Nebraska's coaching staff here in mid-February?
Well, if you go back to the beginning, and I'd say what surprises me is that there was as much change as we now see. I think back to November when it was apparent that the answer at offensive coordinator was not going to be Marcus Satterfield. Until the day that Matt Rule walked out and said, we have, you remember there was talk about Dana Holgerson, or we knew that there was a connection between the two of them. But until Matt Rule walked out in the room and said, yeah, he's now our offensive coordinator. Like for this game, they're during a bye week. For this next game coming up, like Dana's going to be in charge. That's, I think, what signaled that yeah, he's very serious about doing whatever he feels is needed to fix this thing. And that was the tip of the iceberg when you look back now 3 months later and see that, okay, there's coordinator changes at every level. And, they would have liked to have kept Tony White for sure, but were very proactive when he decided to leave and saying, okay, we're going to find a coordinator, and then we're going to surround that coordinator with multiple other coordinator type coaches. So I'm surprised, or what if I'm answering the question of what stands out to me the most, I'm just surprised that it was in total as major of an overhaul as it ended up being. I mean, there were 13 coaches, as I detailed in the story this morning, 13 coaches whose positions changed, either in or out or shifted in this thing, and 7 who are completely new to the staff, in addition to the coordinator spots all being held by different coaches than what we saw just 4 months ago.
I'm curious, take the coordinators out of the conversation, because obviously they're going to have some big influence, but of the new hires elsewhere, who could end up having the biggest impact?
I called DeKeel Shorts an under the radar hire. If you're talking about the guys who are non-coordinators, Phil Snow to me is really important for Matt Rule's day to day. I don't think he's going to be as important to what happens on this play or that play call, or with a specific decision that's made about the defense. But I think he's very important for Matt Rule, Snow. So that's one answer. And then the other one, I'll go back to DeKeel Shorts, because we've already seen the way that they've made over that wide receiver position, which is about the most disappointing group on the roster last year. When you think about where we thought the wide receivers might be at the beginning of the year, and then how it ended up, they just didn't ever completely click. And I think some of that was inexperience at the coaching ranks. I mean, I think Garrett McGuire is going to be a very good coach someday, and probably get well beyond being a receivers coach, but he's young, and this was the first time that he had done that. And Shorts, and the connection that he has to Dana Holgerson, I think is going to be fantastic for Nebraska. Like, those two have worked together. Shorts, he played under Dana, and has coached in multiple Power 5 schools. I expect that there's going to be a big upgrade there in terms of the production that they get from the players that they've landed out of the portal, and that's in large part because of the new coach. He's the youngest guy on staff now, still at the wide receiver position, just 30 years old, is to me, probably a spot that people aren't looking at as a significant change or something that is going to be hugely important in Nebraska in 2025. But I think when we look back at it after the season, it will be a position that we're looking at like that.
Mitch, last week, I don't think I had a chance to ask you this question. I tried it on with a few other guests, but I'm curious, in terms of Eckler, is he underrated because he's a former Nebraska coach? Like, I keep hearing from some people that are just like, oh man, I wanted somebody else. I don't want him in a way because he coached at Nebraska. Like, that resume is so impressive. But have you heard that at all? Do you like, am I onto something at all with him maybe not being viewed as a potential slam dunk, when if he had no Nebraska ties, people would look at what he has done at Tennessee otherwise and say, oh my gosh, this is an incredible steal.
Yeah, I think he's the best guy that you could get, and having nothing to do with his Nebraska connections, having nothing to do with the fact that he's from Nebraska or coached at Nebraska. You can take that because it's going to help him in recruiting. It's going to help him resonate with the Omaha area, where Nebraska has to do some work in recruiting. It's, you see that there's already a connection between Mike and the Nebraska community. He was on social media this weekend tweeting about Greg Sharpe, and this guy's been on the job for a week. So that's an important element that he adds to this coaching staff. Yeah, I have not heard much, Josh, from people who question the hire and think that this is just Nebraska falling back into the old comfort zone of always looking for someone who's connected to the program. I have not heard much about that. or much sentiment like that. But if I did, I would share my opinion that that's not the reason. It has nothing to do, or very little to do, with the reason that Mike Eckler has the potential to turn out to be the most significant hire. I say other than Dana Holgorsen, because it's just the position Holgorsen's in is so important to what Nebraska gets done in 2025. So is Eckler, though, and Nebraska's need to improve and be a good special teams group is at or near the top of the list. I don't have any questions about his qualifications. He's as good as they come with what he's done at that position in various other schools.
Mitch, we're about to get into this subject a little deeper, but as Ross Dillinger first reported, and your colleagues at The Athletic, Ralph Rousseau and Scott Docterman, are reporting on, it sounds like the threatened upheaval of the college football world is about to happen. The Big Ten, SEC flexing their muscle, whether it's 14 teams or 16 teams, guaranteed spots for the SEC and the Big Ten more than any other conference, the possibility of a Big Ten SEC scheduling alliance, conference championship games getting replaced by play-in games for the playoff. Can you sell me on this being a good idea? Do you want to sell me on this being a good idea?
I don't know. I don't know if that's where I want to go. I mean, it takes a lot of getting used to think about college football like that. I would really be mourning what we would lose if that is in fact the reality in the future. Clearly that's the direction that things are heading, and these two conferences have been taking over now for a few years with the way that they expanded. So we knew that day was coming whenever it was. Now I don't have strong enough thoughts formulated at this point to lay out what I think is great about it or what I think's bad about it. Like anything else in the way that college football's changing, you think something looks bad, and there's going to be all kinds of unintended consequences. It's the same with this as it is with the way that the game has changed in so many other ways, whether it's the transfer portal or how money is distributed to student athletes. This is just another piece in that larger pie of the whole sport going through just dramatic upheaval here in this period of time we're living in.
Mitch, if the Big Ten and the SEC did come to a scheduling alliance, what do you think would be the most likely thing to happen with Nebraska's non-conference schedule moving forward away from that game? Because in theory, you'd have the 9 conference games, you'd have the 10th, which would be versus an SEC team. It seems like the games in the future have been, I guess, on borrowed time for maybe a little bit. Would that just kind of be the final death knell on future matchups with, I don't want to say Oklahoma because they're in the SEC now, but the Arizona, the Colorados of the world moving forward?
Yeah. I don't think that Nebraska is going to probably fall in line with whatever the guidance is. I got to think that most schools are going to do it the same, and you're probably not. If there are programs out there, let's say there's a Clemson out there, that's an outlier, or a Notre Dame. I don't think there's going to be a Big Ten school or an SEC school that says, hey, we're going to go do that. We're going to go play them. We're going to go find the best team that we can outside of this already difficult 10-game slate that we've put ourselves into. Because you don't want to give yourself an unfair disadvantage. If you're on the inside, if you're Nebraska or if you're Tennessee or Ole Miss or whatever, you know that you're going to be in position, if you take care of business within that mandated part of your schedule, to be where you want to be at the end of the season. And why run the risk of why heighten the risk of losing another game? I think the other games that you'd see would be tune-ups, and you'd see group of 5 opponents, whatever teams were allowed to play, that the weakest level of competition. I think that's probably what most of them would seek.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. It is bottom of the 8th, 1-1 our score. Nebraska just perfectly executed a defensive force out at third as Grand Canyon was trying to squeeze the go-ahead runs into scoring position. So we'll continue to watch and continue to appreciate all the great things you do at The Athletic and your time with us. Thanks a lot, Mitch.
Yep. I hope they find a way to play 17 innings and stay in Arizona overnight to avoid what's waiting for them back here.
Yeah.
I don't know if Will Bolt wants to go 17 innings. I think he'd just maybe just a simple, hey, we're just going to reschedule and come back tomorrow.
Will Bolt. I actually talked to Will Bolt this morning. I have a story up about Tucker Timmerman, Nebraska's pitcher, who got hit in the face against Vanderbilt, and Will did tell me that he wished there was a way they could just fly straight to Louisiana from Phoenix. They have to come back into the cold first.
Oh.
Yeah, they do. The still got that pesky school part of college athletics.
Oh, yeah.
That's true. They take a tutor with them, so
Correct.
and I'm sure Will Bolt can hand out a chem lab quiz just as good as anyone else.
He absolutely can. He can.
Mitch,
going out
thanks.
into the cold.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Good
Good
luck.
luck, Mitch.
Good luck and God bless. Bottom of the 8th, 1 out, and a pitching change for Nebraska in a 1-1 game. It looks so nice there. The
I know
sun
they weren't
is out.
short sleeves.
Yeah.
Beautiful gray uniforms.
No,
Beautiful
those
gray uniforms.
way too dark gray uniforms. I mean, the caps are black. I mean, it doesn't match. I'm sorry, it doesn't match.
But it literally does. The jersey matches with the pants.
Not the cap.
Oh, not with the cap. I mean, the
It's
Cubs
just
wear
not-
blue hats and they wear white jerseys. What are you talking about? Why does it have
shut
to
up.
match?
Josh, shut up.
You
I
have
don't
just
wanna
the
hear it.
weirdest uniform opinions.
Yeah, the
It doesn't match. Neither does the Yankees. They wear a different color jersey than their hat. Sorry that you're wrong.
Yeah,
I don't know what you want, John.
classy. I'm never wrong. You're always wrong. I'm always right. Well, when we continue, we're going to discuss this plan. Speaking of wrong, Big Ten and SEC are flexing their muscles. This is the fear we all thought was going to happen, but now it sounds like it's becoming more and more a reality. So we'll have that for you next. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Welcome back to the Grum. So, as reported by Ross Dellinger of Yahoo and by others in the college football sphere, the Big Ten and the SEC have been meeting and continue to meet about the future of college athletics. And these two are more convinced than ever that they run the thing, and the other leagues have convinced themselves that that is the case too. In fact, the arrangement was all made during the last playoff talks, according to Dellinger, where the future of the college football playoff format, and really by default, the future of college sports in general, is going to be shaped more by these two leagues. There was such a fear when Texas and Oklahoma left for the SEC, and then later the Big Ten went and basically cannibalized the Pac-12 conference, that these two leagues were moving closer to taking their ball and doing their own thing. In fact, if you remember, in the wake of the whole Texas-Oklahoma move, that whole summer was, oh, these guys, they just might start their own playoff. They don't even need us. They're just going to walk away. And so all of that fear has led to a situation where the rest of the powers in college football, and I say powers, I'm using air quotes, the ACC and the Big 12, the group of 5 conferences, have essentially ceded a lot of the controlling interest towards the playoff. That's why the revenue split is now different. The bigger conferences get more money. But now the format is in question. And we've talked about this before, but it looks like the momentum right now is for the model that would allow for 4 automatic bids from the Big Ten, 4 automatic bids from the SEC, only 2 each from the Big 12 and the ACC.
So that's 12.
1 for Notre Dame if they qualify, 1 for a group of 5, and then depending on if it's a 14-team playoff or a 16-team playoff, the rest would be made up with at-large bids. Essentially taking the committee, basically the committee's only job is to really seed the field.
And they mentioned that. They mentioned that in the story. By the way, Nebraska just gave up a 2 RBI double, and so they trail 3-1 in the did the inning end? I didn't see, John. Is it still the bottom of the 8th?
No, they're still batting pitching change.
I thought so. So there was a mention of that in the story, that essentially like they are trying to remove the selection committee from this to some degree, and obviously grant themselves more automatic access. You and I mean, we don't have to run through it again, but you and I have said for years and years now that they don't need to do the automatic access because they're usually going to get this many teams in it regardless. You know, if you want to expand to 14, fine. If you want to go to 16, fine. You're going to get 4 teams. You're going to get 5 teams. You're occasionally going to get 3 teams like the SEC did this year. But in the aggregate, and you put up a graphic right now, according to the math of kind of what it would have looked like over the last 11 years. And it would have turned into an average of in a 16-team field. The Big Ten on average gets 5.3 teams per year, a.k.a. most of the time it's 5, but occasionally it's going to be 6. The SEC averages exactly 5 teams a year. The Big 12, 2.4. The ACC, 2.1. And by the way, this was with the current makeup of the leagues, right? So this was not Oklahoma making it. Does not count for the Big 12. It would count for the SEC.
Correct.
In a 14-team league, it's, again, more of the same. Big 10, 51 teams, a 4.6 per year average. SEC, 52, at 4.7 per year average. Big 12, 2.1. ACC, 1.8. So, like, they're doing something that the math was already working out in their favor. Certainly, if it goes to a 16-team one, John, the Big 12 would be hurt by this because over the course of 2 years, that basically amounts to 5 teams are making it. Well, in this format, at least auto birth-wise, it would only result in 2 making it. But of course, they could get one of the at-large births, whether it's 1 or 3, I guess. But this is just not something they need to do. Now, one of the questions that I had, and you and I have had for months now, whenever this story comes up, is what are you going to do with conference championship weekend? And I guess I'm happy that at least like they are thinking about that. And in theory, it's not going to be 1 seed versus 2 seed, two teams that are already locked up in the SEC and the Big Ten, and that they are at least exploring possibilities of, making it a play-in game for a 4 or 5 or something like that. But the soccerification of college football, the Champions League model, like this is as close to that as we have ever had. It would darn near match up with what we have around the world in some of these other leagues. And so very obviously this would be a totally different field, a totally different way to get into the playoff versus what we've ever had before.
I'm sure the Greg Sankeys and the Tony Petit's of the world will show these types of numbers that Dellinger has posted, the ones we have on the screen, the ones that Josh just quoted, and say, well, see, the math already works this way, so why don't we just do it this way? But that defeats the purpose of having a regular season that means something. Because now you're just taking the top 4 teams in each conference. Yes, it's making your conference races more interesting, but it's not doing a lot for the whole of the sport. If you're that confident you're going to get these teams in, then just play it out as it has been going on and let the math work out in your favor. It'll come out in your favor more often than not. But in doing so, you now bastardize your conference championship game. I mean, are people really going to be excited for a 4th place Big Ten play-in game? Sure, it's football. I get it. Everyone's going to watch, blah, 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 blah. But does that really mean anything? No, not really.
Yeah, it would, John. It would certainly mean something to the
last couple of spots into the playoff. It'll mean something for the fans. Yes. But is it really creating
urgency,
an exciting, urgent football project or product?
And John, the thing I would worry about the most would be rivalry games. Like, I think that the format that we have had now, because there were no guaranteed spots except for a conference championship game, and a loss certainly is going to change your seeding, even though, of course, it kind of ended up benefiting Ohio State to some degree in the playoff. But like, you want to go to a system where regular season games don't matter. This is how you go to a system where regular season games don't matter. And that's the thing.
You're going to be setting yourself up for the possibility, if you have a year like this year where a team, pulls away, that their last couple of games really won't matter a whole lot. And those rivalry games may not matter as much. And you called it the Champions Leagueification of the sport. Is that really what we're looking for here? Just having these automatic bids? Now, of course, the carrot or the incentive is going to be for the people who for decades, or for at least for the last few years, have pined for the SEC going to 9 conference games. Boy, they're going to do that. Great. That's awesome. But remember, the SEC is only going to do that if they get paid. Then there's the idea of this scheduling alliance between the Big Ten and the SEC. And sure, again, is it going to give us better non-conference games? Of course it is.
Yeah,
but what this is doing is pushing us closer to what I think the end-ish game is, because I never want to say end game, the way this sport continues to change and, warp itself. But the end-ish game is that we're going to be left with 2 leagues. There's going to be the Big Ten and there's going to be the SEC, and everybody else is going to be worthless or nothing. And is that good for not only college football, but for college athletics in general? Doug is having a fun time on our YouTube comment section trolling Creighton folks by saying things like, basketball-only conferences are going to go the way of the dodo bird. And while this doesn't have anything directly to do with the college football playoff, I mean, there is. This is one of my fears with all of this. The more we continue to push to a 2-league model, the more it's going to make irrelevant all other conferences, whether it's the Big 12 or the ACC, whether it's basketball-only conferences like the Big East. If you're going to continue to consolidate everything into basically 2 regions, and I know, thanks to our stupid map commercial, the Big Ten goes from sea to shining sea, but we all know what the Big Ten footprint really is, and we all know what the SEC footprint really is. And if we're going to alienate other parts of the country for the point of all this, and that's been my main argument against all of this nonsense is the beauty of college athletics, big-time college athletics, is it gives more people an opportunity to have stake in the game. It gives states like Nebraska and Iowa opportunities to have stake in the game because they don't have professional franchises. And we're going to be alienating some places in this country, regions in this country, as we continue to move towards this. And sadly, this is the way it's going. As much as I want to sit here and pound the desk and say how wrong it is, nothing is going to stop these people.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, John, there was
don't care. They do not care about anything else than their own bottom line. They do not care for the health of the sport. They don't care for the health of the industry. They don't care for the welfare of the student athlete. They do not care. It is a cold, hard business to them. They are running it like a corporation. And they are going to treat people as numbers on a spreadsheet. And that's what the Big Ten and the SEC are doing.
Yeah, and so that's why it's fun. Like Triggered Ryan says, why hasn't anyone suggested looking at the FCS model? They've been gaining more traction in their postseason last years and improving it works. Because they don't care. They're not, why would they look at that? They want to guarantee themselves more and more money. And like the thing that I don't get, like you mentioned, Douglas is trolling. I don't understand. This is the part of me, like if you hate a team, and Douglas obviously hates Creighton, like that's fine, right? Like rivalries are what they are. And I think that that's like one of the best parts of college sports. But like rooting for the demise of a league in the name of my conference is one of their survivors. I don't understand it. And I'll push back on when Kenneth says the CFP has zero impact on the Big East. Yes, it does. This would have a major ramification.
This all impacts all of college sports.
And John, at a certain point on today's show, I know we're going to talk about the reports coming out about NCAA tournament expansion for hoops. And in the Seth Davis story that he had over the weekend, he wrote, for those who believe that growing the field by 4 or 8 teams would ruin the NCAA tournament, I would recommend they consider a far more ruinous scenario, namely the possibility that the power conferences will blow up March Madness and create a tournament of their own. That is not as fanciful as many might think. Dude, I've been talking with someone who is very plugged in with high-up administrators or former administrators inside of the college space. And this person is always saying, keep an eye on the College World Series. Keep an eye on Greg Sankey. Keep an eye on baseball and a potential tournament happening in the South. Keep an eye on it. And so, like, when Kenneth says that, Kenneth, I'm sorry, man, but you are wrong. And Douglas for saying, like, buy Big East, it was fun. Like, Kenneth or Douglas, you're being an idiot. And I just don't understand wanting that to happen. The part about college sports, like, the reasons that we fall in love with it are, at first, our teams. They are the intro into this sport. And then I think we all like college sports, football, basketball, baseball, whatever it is, for a variety of reasons. But one of the things that I have always loved about it, especially college football, is that sea to shining sea, is that there are traditions in Lincoln that don't make sense to people, you know, in Washington State, that don't make sense to people in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, that don't make sense to people in State College, PA. And you can say the same thing about college basketball as well, which, because of the way that their model has worked, does allow for smaller conferences and certainly, quote unquote, smaller programs to have more success at a higher level than we've seen with their football counterparts. And so for that to potentially go away in the name of, like, yes, I get it. I understand wanting to make money, but I really do not think that so many of these leaders are able to see the forest through the trees. And they think that a lot of people like college football for helmet matchups. But if every matchup is a helmet matchup, you're going to have some good and you're going to have some slop. And that's not going to, in the end, be good for people. And certainly if the NCAA tournament, you know, if it were to contract or lose the little guys, like, okay, you might think that that's going to work out. But college basketball has already lost a lot of market share in the American consciousness. You want to lose even more? Start doing this type of crap and start punting the Big East or the West Coast Conference in Gonzaga or Wichita State, and I know they suck, or whoever it is. Punt them to the side and see how much people actually care about the beginning of the NCAA tournament when the little guys aren't even there to play.
People won't helmet matchups have a diminishing value if that's all you're going for.
Correct.
Again, if you don't have a gateway, if you're an Iowa State fan, and let's say Iowa State one day gets contracted through all of this, if you're an Iowa State fan, you're not just going to change, well, I guess I need to pick a helmet now. to root for. I got to pick a brand to root for. It's not the way people are going to operate. And they're probably going to gravitate, if they hadn't already, to the superior form of the sport, which exists in the pro ranks, versus having a college team. And they'll probably be bitter because, hey, you took away the team that I once loved. So helmet matchups have a diminishing value unless you're inviting more people to the party. Again, this is the reason why college sports have succeeded. But the getting rid of other conferences out of spite, again, you can say that now when you feel safe in your gated community. The other thing about this whole pathway that we're on that has worried me is places like Nebraska could eventually be at the wrong side of the cut line. Not today, not tomorrow, not 10 years from now, but someday. Because if we're going to the grand brands and all of a sudden, oh man, they're not holding up their weight because of the population. Remember, if you're going to start running these things like professional sports, which is about markets, got to get that New York market, got to get that LA market, got to get that Dallas market. Nebraska ain't got a market. And so, again, I'm not saying it's going to happen soon, but at some point, as we continue to cull the list, that cut line gets closer and closer and closer to home. Another reason why I have not supported any of this nonsense, and I won't support any of this nonsense. The people that are running college athletics are some of the worst people, as I'm knocking stuff all over the place on my desk. The people in this that are running this industry seem to be the worst people to be running anything. Oh, it's great for their bottom lines, but they never see the bigger picture. They don't see the bigger picture for what it is because they're so worried about their market share and getting even more of it for everything else. If that's what you want, great, bully for you. I would argue you're not really a college sports fan.
Well, and John, the thing is, and I know I bring this up a lot whenever this comes up, they will not have to see this to the end. They will make their money.
No.
Their pockets will get filled. They're going to have a great time. And eventually the bill will come home. And whether that is lessened interest in college football as a whole, you know, people tiring of the way that the sport has changed, eventually this is going to be something that I think would be viewed as a net negative by the collective fans, not just some of us. And like, I don't know if you and I are on an island. Every time we have this discussion, you know, sometimes I think that there are a lot of people that are like, yeah, you go get them, guys. Others are like, yeah, I don't really care. I like that. Because, like, look, I love the helmet matchups too. You know, you asked Mitch, like, you know, have him sell you on this thing. I'll be honest, SEC versus Big Ten in terms of from the micro perspective, sounds awesome. Nebraska maybe going to Death Valley, awesome. Bama coming up to Lincoln for the first time since, 1978, 79? Sounds great to me. I've never seen some of these games, and many fans in my age or younger have never seen these games. But if you look at it from the macro perspective and you start thinking, well, what does it mean if suddenly these two leagues have even more power and even more of a market share? And every game is suddenly a helmet game. You know, every NFL game is a helmet game. There's only 32 of them, you know, but you can't tell me, John, that you're like pining for Jets, Jaguars. I know you're not, you know, I know you're not. And eventually, like Alabama versus Oregon sounds cool. But what if it's, you know, Mike Shula, Alabama, you know, and it's, I don't know, one of the Mark Helfrich Oregon teams. Not as cool as it once was. And that's what would happen if you have whatever, 24, 30, 32, 40. If all the helmet teams are in a league together, well, again, some of them are going to be really good and some of them are going to suck. And that's not even mentioning what it would do to the other sports.
Joe in Vegas says, if Nebraska was able to get back to the way they were in the 90s and winning, would you really care? I know I don't. Sure, when you're winning, it's great, but this is about something larger than that, right? The thing is, Nebraska's not back to the 90s and getting to where they are. And sometimes the winning doesn't even matter because when you're looking at sheer numbers on a spreadsheet and market share and eyeballs and attractiveness and interest, sometimes all the winning stuff goes by the wayside. You know, Gonzaga's won a hell of a lot of basketball games the last 30 years. But if we start to call people away and people get thrown to the wayside, guess what all that winning's going to matter? Nothing. It won't matter a thing. So, again, I look out for the little people because I know I am from a little people state. We're not a big state. And I look out for the others that are just like it because that's the beauty of college athletics. It makes us all feel like we're part of the game. And do you trust the Big Ten and the SEC to do the right thing? Of course you don't. You never trusted them before. You're sure as heck not going to trust them now to be able to guide this sport into the next decade or decades.
What do you think, real quick, before we go to break, what do you think of this text we got on the hotline from Adam? He says, where I disagree with John is taking this out on the Big Ten and SEC. The NCAA is to blame for this mess. They let it get to this point by not getting ahead of NIL, conference realignment, media rights, etc. Big Ten and SEC were allowed to do this, and they are looking out for themselves now as they should. Anyone upset at this should be mad at the NCAA for not allowing it to get to, or for allowing it to get to this point.
Who's the NCAA?
Schools.
Who's the Big Ten and the SEC?
Well, they're the schools
that were members of the NCAA. Yeah. Of course, this is all because of the mismanagement of everything, and certainly the Big Ten and the SEC. What they're doing is they're taking advantage of
a lawless society,
and uncertainty. That's what they're doing. You know, it's no different than when the mafia came in and started to oversee things in their neighborhoods because they didn't trust the police. And they kind of became their own police. And we all saw how that grew. This is the same thing. They're just coming into a lawless situation, and they're basically laying down their own laws. But might does not always make right. Sometimes you have to be able to look at the bigger picture and look out for others. And that's not what these two leagues are about. And even if they were at one time, not anymore. So, yeah, I am going to point I can't point back at the NCAA because they can't do anything about it now. They have thrown their hands up and said, we give up, we quit, we surrender as an organization. Now we can only look at the people that are making the decisions. We can't continue to go back and relitigate the poor decisions made in the past by a near-dead organization. We can only look now to the decisions being made today by the people that have the control and have a chance to impact the future.
Yeah.
So that's where my focus is. Michael Severe may have thoughts on this and other things. Michael Mondays coming up. We got more. Stay right there. We're back after this on 1620 The Zone. Michael Severe will join us in our next segment. Talk about some of the other things that have happened in sports over the weekend. We have often discussed, sometimes jokingly, sometimes some of us get on our soapboxes about this time of year and how dangerous it can be driving out there. Sadly, today we lost a state patrolman because of a wreck on the interstate between here, Lincoln and Omaha. He was actually, I believe it was a male officer. I did not see anything more. I just saw that it was a state patrolman who passed away. But they were serving another accident when his accident occurred. So I cannot stress enough, all kidding, all joking, chastising aside, be very careful out there, especially when you see tow truck people, rescue crews, state patrolmen out there trying to clean up previous messes or help people who are stuck in traffic. Please slow down, because we do not need to be losing any lives over all of this. We can all make it to our destination safely if we're smart about it. So just wanted to pass that along. It was sad to see that today, that we lost an officer because of this. So
it is some of the oddest snow that I can really remember, with how just like light and fluffy it is. But then obviously over the course of, many, many inches of snow, it's going to stick to the ground. But just how it's blowing around out there, and I think it's still snowing. It's been a weird couple of weeks with all of this, and then we're obviously about to enter into the coldest week of the year.
Yeah, no, indeed, it is. The timing of all this sucks, but we need the moisture.
And then it'll get really warm next week, and all of this is going to melt, and it's going to be insanely muddy.
And guess who's rubbing their hands together like Mr. Burns right now and just lusting over all the money they're going to be making over the next month? The car wash
people,
industry, which is sprouted up like weeds in an empty field. It's crazy how many car washes, but we're going to need them all. We're going to need every car wash the next few weeks after all this stuff is gone.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right, we'll take a quick break, come back so we have plenty of time for Michael in the happy hour, and we'll discuss all kinds of fun stuff with Michael when we continue. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
To have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice.
Did you see the cost of the trivia?
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
Your mom.
That was perfectly timed.
Yeah.
I guess the happy hour is on the air.
$30 for Logan.
It's Michael Severe Mondays. Our friend
Trivia
Michael
night.
joins us from home, but
It's
does
trivia
he know
night.
he's on right now? Is it trivia night?
It's trivia night.
Trivia night?
Michael, where's trivia?
I don't think he can hear us because we got a lot of music and stuff going in the background. You hear us okay, Michael? He's not hearing us.
We're off
That's
to
so
a great
weird.
start.
We hear him. He doesn't hear us
Yep.
yet.
Uh-oh.
It's coming along. Of course, see, Nick, this is the issue. This is why we have to have commercials on the stream so Michael could have heard it and he would have known he would have had a problem.
There's nothing there.
He couldn't
Nope.
hear it.
Nothing there. Nothing.
Got nothing?
I got nothing.
He got nothing.
I got nothing.
He got nothing. This is incredible.
There's nothing coming through my phone. That's why I asked during the break. Why couldn't I hear the mute? It's not. I'm not muted. My camera's up. I'm gonna leave.
That
Awesome.
was really good comedic.
Michael Monday's off to an perfect start. An absolute perfect start.
I mean, I give credit to Michael. He is one. He'll pop by anytime. He loves dropping by the studio. But obviously today the roads aren't as good, and Michael's got things going on, so he thought he would join us in the stream, which usually works pretty well. Let's see if it's any better now.
Can't hear a thing.
Can't hear.
Can't hear anything. Nope.
All right. Well,
Nick,
maybe we'll just. Should we just call Michael? We'll just call you.
Nope. I just did this earlier today.
Nope.
Hello.
He just
You
did
hear
it
me?
earlier.
I can't hear you.
Yes.
Doesn't make any sense.
We hear
I don't know what to say. Tell him to call me on the phone, I guess. I have no idea. It just makes no sense.
All right. We'll call Michael.
It doesn't make any sense. All right. We'll call Michael on the phone. Well, we're off to a great start. Here
This is a great new segment. Plus, Nick hasn't even made a Michael Severe's on the phone graphic, so he's going to have to whip up one of those real fast.
Oh, who cares? We don't need that yet. Let's just get him on the air. We'll figure it out. Oh, does he not?
Here, I'll send it to him.
Michael's number. You send it to him. Well, while we're doing that, let's quick recap what we did earlier today in honor of the 50th anniversary of Saturday Night Live. We decided to do our own SNL draft. We did a draft where we picked 8 regular cast members, a weekend update anchor and or team, as long as they were an established team of anchors, a host for the show, and a musical act. And for those of you watching in on the stream today, here's the results of the draft. Josh's first pick overall. He was the first pick overall. Josh took Will Ferrell. Connor took Chris Farley. Nick took Tina Fey, and I took Phil Hartman with the first pick. And then we just snaked through the rest of the draft. We asked a poll question for those of you on 1620thezone.com and asked you what you thought, who you thought won the draft. And here are the results so far. It's close. It's close. I've got 39% of the vote. Josh has 36% of the vote. Connor, 20%. Nick has 5%.
Oh, no.
Just a bunch of cowards is all that is.
Cowards are people who liked our drafts better.
I think it's the latter, John. I think it's the latter.
In my defense, a couple picks of mine got snaked by some of you guys.
Well, that's how the draft
who
works,
is-
Nick.
Nick, who is the one person you didn't get that you would put on your team, and who would you give up in place of that person?
I would give up Bobby Moynihan for Fred Armisen.
Mm.
I thought the Bobby Moynihan pick was way off the board. Just probably the most off the board pick. I could think of like 20 different people.
It was mostly inspired by Drunk Uncle. I really like Drunk Uncle.
Okay. I think we got Michael Severe now on the phone. Michael, sorry about the miscommunication there. Apparently something went weird with the computer stuff, but we're glad to have you on.
Well, I don't think that's the reason. I think that somebody else there in the world realized that a group of people drafted an SNL draft and didn't have the man who saved the show, Eddie Murphy, in the top 4 picks. So they figured, I don't belong on the show. That's what I think happened.
Well, okay. Now, in defense of that, Michael, it was a serpentine draft. I had the 4th pick, so
John wanted to pick a white guy first. He said it earlier.
No. I only picked Phil Hartman symbolically because if I were starting the show from scratch, he would be the first guy I hired. Had I had an earlier pick where I didn't get the 2nd pick in a row, I would have picked Eddie Murphy first.
There is no greater member of the cast based on the cast. It would be like when you ask rappers, who's the greatest rapper? And they all go, oh, it's Rakim, because they're rappers. You ask people that are on that show, who's the greatest cast member? They'll all say Eddie Murphy. He didn't go 1, 2, or 3. I don't care about your back-to-back serpentine, whatever. We went 5th. Eddie Murphy. Who's the only reason why the show's still on the air? Is that right?
I mean, he's one of them. I mean, he was
Murphy, guys. Eddie Murphy.
I know. I picked him. I got him.
Cast ever.
Shame the other 3. Don't shame me.
Who won? Who was the first pick?
Josh.
Michael, it was your favorite actor ever, Will Ferrell.
Will Ferrell is a top 10 guy without a doubt. I don't like him. That's just me. I don't get him. But I mean, come on. The show was getting ready to go off the air. It wasn't going to survive anymore. And they got lucky and they hired this 17-year-old, 18-year-old kid, Eddie Murphy. And the only reason they're still on is because Eddie Murphy was incredible. It's just, sorry. Go ahead. I'm mystified.
Hey, not to defend us for 5 more seconds, Michael, but I will say, and I think Happer and Nick and I were all in agreement that I was only going to draft people that I actually watched live. So like I was not going to go back into the olden days just because I wasn't there for it. And I think we all tried to approach it that way, though that allowed John to basically pick anyone
until
ever.
You stole Dan Aykroyd from me.
Until I stole Dan Aykroyd from him with my last pick of the entire draft. That's the only reason why. I don't know if that makes you feel any better or worse, but that's the reason why.
Well, yeah, I understand when people, say that sometimes with athletes that when they're making their top 5 running backs, whatever, and they don't include Jim Brown because they didn't see him. And I say to them, there's this thing. It's called YouTube. And there's video, and it's incredible how much video content there is on this planet of Eddie Murphy doing these incredible skits like Hot Tub or Mr. Robinson's Neighborhood, or pick any one of them that he ever did.
Buckwheat.
I mean, pick Gumby. It doesn't matter.
Oh, Gumby.
But, okay, so I'm sorry. That makes plenty of sense if you're only going to pick somebody that you watched during your lifetime, even though, again, Jim Brown's video is all over the place. You can watch it on tape if you want to put him in your top 5 running backs of all time. But
I mean, this is the advantage of being the guy who's seen more episodes than the rest of you. I had institutional knowledge, man.
It's true, you did. You did.
I crushed it. I'm not going to lie.
I watched everything. I watched the whole thing last night. I had the NBA on the TV without sound. And so I was watching the entire, the 3 hours of it. And it was some good, some bad. I'm just so disappointed. How difficult would it have been to, and I know Aykroyd wasn't there. So how do you not have the 4 remaining people that are still alive from the original cast? How do you not have them? And you can put Bill Murray, came in season 2, and have them on the stage at the same time, not in a giant crowd at home base, but like have them all sitting in a chair just talking to each other. How did that not happen? I don't understand that. It makes no sense.
Yeah, Michael, we've now had all these we've had all these celebrations, like the last one that I remember was the one they did 10 years ago. And I believe that was a big deal because that was like Eddie Murphy coming back, right, for the first time in a while. And like, I get it, wanting to do new skits or old ones or whatever, but like, sometimes I do wish there was maybe a little bit more melancholy is not the right word, but like, hey, let's just have a conversation even for just a few moments to kind of celebrate what we have created together.
They had them separate. They put Garrett Morris up there, who, by the way, went to high school with my mom. He was in her graduating class at Booker T. Washington High School in New Orleans. But they had him sit up there by himself. They had Lorraine Newman did her own little skit where she was reminiscing with Chad, which is, yes, it was funny. I don't know if that's a funny skit or not. But the other was Chevy was there, right? Yep. You could have put Chevy in there. That would have been easy to do. And then I know Jane, you ignorant slut, I know she was there, but they didn't do anything with her. And so why would you, again, it just didn't make any sense. You wouldn't. And that's how I would have opened the show. It's great. You open with Paul Simon, the musical guest, and it was a beautiful song, and Sabrina Carpenter's got an incredible voice. But, I mean, how do you not open with the four remaining? They started it. They're alive. Put them up there together, and the place would go nuts. It's just, I don't understand. I know Lauren's much smarter than me, and he's been doing this for a long time, but he's been doing it 45 years longer than I. But still, whatever.
Never an easy transition, Michael, but we opened the show today talking about Greg Sharpe and our thoughts on Greg. And obviously you got a chance to work with him a little bit as he guested on Big Red Wrap-Up with you. Just curious what you think of him, especially, as you started here in Omaha, you remember how political that job was and how much pressure was there on that job, being the voice of Nebraska football. And I think that's one of the amazing things about Greg Sharpe is through 17 years, it never felt like he had an agenda other than to call a good game.
Yeah, I was talking to Matt McMaster last week, just kind of try to show him what it was like during Bill Callahan, what it was like during Bill Pelini. Like every week there was something, and we all remember that week, right, when Rosie supposedly had a nervous breakdown, or he was going to step down, or no one knew what was happening, and you're like, by Wednesday, you're like, I believe it's going to be Greg Sharpe, who used to do Kansas State games. He's going to come on. He's going to be the guy. And you're like, what? In the middle of the week, and then all of a sudden, Greg comes in and finishes the season out, and I'm glad he got the job. But Greg is the perfect Q rating of anybody I've ever known. I've never met anybody have a bad word about Greg. Everybody loved Greg. Unanimously, people thought that, whether you loved his broadcasting style or not, everybody loved him in doing that job. There was not what you were talking about with the controversy. I moved here in 2002, so I came right in near the controversy. You come off of Pavelka asking for all that money, not getting it. You bring in Warren, who, really struggled. And then you move over and you go to a guy who wanted his whole life in Jim Rose, on to Greg. And there was never any controversy after that once Greg got the job. I went back and looked at my text messages with him over the years. And the three main things was him calling me to go on Sports Nightly to talk about the draft, which I appreciated so much because I love talking the draft. Back then I was really deeply into it. And so that was awesome. The other thing we talked about were, his kids and them growing up and just how difficult it is, when they have so many things going on and you're trying to do stuff, especially when you're working in the evening. And then the other one was Marvel. He loved the Marvel movies, and he would talk about if I was going to see when they opened, and those are the main three things on there. But Greg was just a good dude. He was good at his job. Always had nice things to say about you, say it to you. Always had a smile on his face. Didn't say bad things about other people, which happens a lot in this business. He'll be missed, and he was just a really good dude. And I don't know how many of those are really out there.
Michael, when you brought up 2007, that's something that John and I have not talked about yet today, but how he took over for that job, it kind of makes me think he was like the perfect guy at the perfect time, just given all the toxicity of those, you go back to 95 with Kent exiting and Warren entering. It's a solid decade or so of just kind of this, like, oh my gosh, like people were really frustrated. Nobody ever seemed happy. And in comes this guy who had been doing pay-per-view TV games at the time, who had obviously called the Kansas State games for years. And he enters and then he holds on to the job, sadly, until he passes away. He really was the person that was needed in that moment.
What Lane told me during the season, when we were, before every game, there was someone who was designated to be there at the game in case Greg couldn't do it. And of course, at the end with Iowa, Lane did do the game because Greg couldn't do it. But Lane said the reason why a guy like Lane was picked is because Lane doesn't want that job. He's got a great job with the Brewers. And you want to have somebody sometimes to come in there who isn't necessarily hungry for the job. And Greg was that guy. His wife was doing well on TV. He had a radio show that he was doing. He was doing, like you mentioned, some pay-per-view stuff for the Big 12, which is good. So it wasn't like he desperately needed to come to Nebraska and get the job. So sometimes the best person for a job is the person who doesn't necessarily want the job. And I think Greg was that guy. And once he got it, trust me, once he got it, he threw himself into it. Obviously, I don't have the memory of things like John does of some of the great calls that happened before I moved here or whatever. I've listened to them on that thing called YouTube where they have video and audio.
Of Eddie Murphy.
Of Eddie Murphy. But some of the greatest moments, like the field goal kick, right? The Alex Henry kick. In the background, the little bit of get there is my favorite part of that call, the get there. There's that call. There's this call right before that with Sue. There's so many little things. Obviously, the Westerkamp one, which I heard afterwards, because John and I, we were going back to KLAN, right? Yes, right? So heard that one afterwards. But all of these really cool calls of this generation, not a winning generation. Wasn't a lot of wins he called, but he still had some really incredible, memorable calls that'll stay with us forever. And that's cool, because when we lose somebody like Greg or all the people that I feel we've lost over the last 10 years, having those memories of them is incredible. And the fact that you can just pull his memories back up online and listen to them again is great. And I'm sad for his wife and his daughters. And I believe he didn't have the chance to go to his last daughter's wedding, but he fought, man. That was just April of last year. Think about that. How long that felt like it lasted. And he fought, and every time you saw him, he said it's a fight, but he'll keep working on it. And every time I texted him, he texted me back something. He was just, man, the thing that pisses me off about most of the people that I know in my life that have passed recently, they were all really good people. And I know so many people I don't like. I don't wish bad things on them, but why is it always the best people, It's just strange. It's a strange thing.
Yeah, I said it earlier in the show. I think the most impressive thing about Greg was the last year and how he handled all of this, and was just, Mr. Steady. It would still surprise me when I would get home and YouTube would be there because I'd be watching an Eddie Murphy video and and I'd see the Nebraska Sports Nightly video, and Greg was doing the show, and I'm like, man, this is a guy who's fighting for his life. And I said this earlier, but, once you're doing a game is easy. You're just describing what you see. But doing a nightly show is hard, and that takes a lot out of you because you don't know, you kind of have a thumbnail sketch of what you're going to do and what you want to talk about, but you don't know exactly where the show's going to go, and you're not necessarily describing something that's happening right in front of you, and that takes a lot of work. And for him to be able to still do that and do it at a level where if you would have not been watching, because obviously when you get cancer and you go through all the chemotherapy, you see the toll it takes on the body. But if you were just a listener on the radio, you would have not noticed. When I listened to some of his calls this past season, you would not have noticed that this was a man fighting for his life. He sounded as strong and as vibrant and as focused as ever. And so to me, this last year was a perfect tribute to how he handled himself professionally. But
imagine if he didn't do those things, John. Imagine if every day was just concentrating on fighting the cancer. Every day was just fighting back death. You have to have something else. Our work is such a big part of what we do as humans and our family. But imagine if that's not there, how hard those days would have been for him. I'm guessing those 3 hours on Sports Nightly or the 5 hours of broadcast on a Saturday, that probably, gave him some sort of energy just to continue the fight he was going through.
Michael, obviously, and we did this earlier, no easy way to transition out of such a sad story. I did want to ask you, though, about a couple of big pieces of news from this weekend. One, John and I have tackled a lot today, and that's the impending changes to the college football playoff. And the other is something we haven't had a chance to dive into yet, and that's the NCAA tournament potentially expanding as well. Pete Thamel had a report on College Game Day on Saturday morning. Of those two, do you find one more palatable than the other? Do you hate both? Are you actually okay with both? I wonder where you find yourself when you think about expansion for either of those playoffs.
I was listening to the show earlier, and you mentioned about the fever in which you guys have when you talk about it, and you wonder if people out there care. Listen, man, I started watching college football early on because, I was a Penn State fan, and my dad was there near the campus, and I watched some USC stuff because I was a big fan of O.J. Simpson. But I never watched it as much like I think some people watch it. I watch it to help me with the draft over the years. I did it as a scouting thing. I just want to watch football. I don't care what kind of uniforms they have on. I really don't care where they're playing. I don't care any of that stuff. I just want to watch football. I want to watch. I don't care who it is. I'll watch Utah and Arizona late at night just because it's a football game, and I want to watch it. I want to see who has the better offensive line, and is there a left tackle that I should be wondering about for the draft. So whether they have 14, 12, 14, 16 never really affected me. I always thought 6 was the perfect number because you could have 4, and then you'd have 2 buys. And, those 2 teams that got a bye, just like in the NFL, would be so valuable. So you'd be playing up until that point to try to get those buys. But in terms of the numbers, I thought this year's playoff was a blast. And I was watching it, some from New Orleans and some from here, and I thought it was incredible. So if they add more, it doesn't bother me. The thing I have about the college basketball tournament is, I like John, we grew up with a smaller number. It was 48, and 48 was fine. And they had the extra game, the third place game, and that was fine. And it went to 64, and then it added to play it. The thing I don't want to happen, I don't want to mess up the bracket. Really and truly, the most important thing for me when it comes to the tournament is my bracket and making sure the bracket still fits on one sheet and you can pick the games you're going to pick. More than anything else that does. I think it's good for some coaches to have the opportunity to be able to say, hey, we went to the tournament, even though it's an expanded, diluted tournament. Maybe that helps them keep a job or get a raise. That's fine. But in terms of the games, I'm going to watch them no matter how many games there are in the tournament, how many rounds there are in the tournament. I'm going to watch them. I'm going to cheer for my bracket until my bracket dies, and then I'll pick a team that hopefully I bet on to win, and that'll be my life. But in terms of everything else, I don't know. It doesn't really affect me at this point. I don't have to talk about it every day like you guys do, so I don't have to come up with an opinion on it. What I have to come up with is, again, who's going to win this week and by what point spread they're going to win the week. That's what
Well, if you would have had money on St. John's, you would have pushed because I think that closed at 6. So, sorry about that.
That's so early. Early. The funny thing about St. John's is that was at 4 when it opened.
I saw that.
I listened to this show. I love this show. These guys, the 3-man weave guys, and they go through all of them. I love when they talk about Nebraska or Creighton. And that thing was a 4 and just bounced up out of nowhere. It wasn't open very long before it happened. My money would be on Nebraska because I tweet out at halftime, plus 750, baby, at halftime for the money line to come back and win. Anytime we got a team that's just winning because they're out rebounding somebody offensively, I don't like that because shots are going to start going in, so you get fewer offensive or shots either go in or the other team will start getting defensive rebounds, or on the other end, you start making your shots. And so I felt really good about Nebraska coming back from that 20, and I was very happy to see that when it ended up with Nebraska winning by 4.
You're on quite the run. You had a good week at the Super Bowl, and now this.
I know.
Imagine, and you wanted to quit. You wanted to quit.
And I'm due. See, now, the NFL thing would have been weird from that, but there's so much college football that I think I'd have been okay. I've never said I want to stop watching college basketball because I do enjoy. There's a Saturday you're doing laundry, you're cooking, or whatever else, and then there's a game, there's another game, there's another game, there's another game. That reminds me of my childhood. I knew the names of the players better back then. I don't know all of them as much as I used to, but still, it's just a fun part of a Saturday to just have all those games on. So I would have never quit that.
I like that you just said, Michael, I like college basketball because I'm doing laundry and I'm doing the dishes and the games are on in the background. Put that on a poster for college hoops.
Yeah, it's a background thing. It's what golf used to be for me. That Saturdays and Sundays, I would have golf on, and I'd be doing things and whatever, and it'd be a background. I'd be like, oh, he's leading now, or this person's leading now. Now it's college basketball.
There's nothing wrong with being background noise. Josh, everything you watch is background noise because you're too busy reading a book, listening to a podcast, You know,
Fair.
petting the dog.
Guy too, just like Josh. I'm a second screen guy. I'm follow. Sometimes I'm listening to a reel, or I'm reading about something else, or I'm reading whatever was in the newspaper in the morning that I didn't get a chance to get to. So yeah, I rarely ever, and that's kind of sad. Do I actually Creighton and Nebraska games are probably the only two that I'm just focusing on them and reading what people are saying on Twitter. I guess I'm doing that too. But those are one of the few things where I'm not doing a second or third string kind of thing.
Yeah, I enjoy. I mean, I enjoy like having a lot of games on when I'm sitting here at the desk, doing prep for the next game. It's just nice to have something, going on that's live, and you can always look up and, oh, okay, no, that's cool. And then, something big happens.
John. I could never do that, John. I could never prep, even for doing a radio show, and have the TV on. I always prepped with the TV off. And when I was just back in the day when I was doing color for Nighthawks, I could never prep with something else on. Because prepping it makes me memorize it. If I'm hearing something else, I'm a very auditory learner. I pick up on. I need to be saying it out loud as I'm writing or whatever, and that's how I start memorizing stuff. I can't listen to a second screen. I wish I could do it. I can't.
It's only for games. When I do prep for this show, I mean the TVs are off, but for games, and because a lot of what I'm doing, especially this time of year, as you're going through teams the second time, is you're just updating the charts. You're just updating numbers, and maybe this and that. It's not like you're memorizing anything because you've already kind of memorized it from the time before. So it's kind of that busy work that gives me something to do, as something's playing in the background. But yeah, you're right. When it comes to like this show,
it's quiet.
Absolutely. It's quiet. I like to keep it quiet and just do my thing.
So last week I gave a shout out to a incredible white athlete during Black History Month. Let's do it again. And Mac McClung, let's give him props. That's back to back slam dunk championships during Black History Month, doing things that no one thought could be done. Let's give a shout out to another fine Caucasian athlete who put up some numbers and did some things that no one expected him to be able to do on the heels of Cooper DeJean playing cornerback in the NFL. I mean, honestly, dude, this guy getting elected is changing this world. Okay, that's all I got to say.
By the way, that is Georgetown and Big East alum Mac McClung. So welcome to the Big East NBA Slam Dunk Championship.
How can they not find somebody at least on a regular roster to be in this contest? They had two guys who I don't even believe are on regular rosters of the four people in the slam dunk contest. What has happened to my NBA Slam Dunk contest?
Oh, that thing's been gone for years. That thing's been gone for years. It's just the specialness is worn out, right? It just doesn't.
Yeah, but he was incredible, though. Did you watch these dunks? John, did you watch it?
I did not see it.
McClung was incredible. He did this thing where he jumped in the air, and there are certain guys. And Jordan was this guy too, where he would get up in the air and then he would go up a little bit farther, like he had boosters or something. And he did that over the car, over the guy who was spinning, and he brought his legs up a second time, like he got a little after boost, and then his head was right next to the rim, and he touches the rim, and then he dunks it. And then he looks at the crowd and he goes, rewind it. He's telling them to watch it again because he knows most people miss what he did. They rewind, they're like, oh my God, he touched the rim. No one saw it in fast speed. Give props to the Hoya, baby. That Hoya was killing it.
Michael, maybe I'll go on YouTube and I'll watch Eddie Murphy on SNL and then I'll watch the dunk contest.
There's a video that's about 5 or 5.5 minutes long or something. That's just Eddie's best stuff.
Yeah.
And the crazy thing about Eddie, outside of a couple of skits, he only did skits one time because he felt that they had their energy. He put them out there. They're great. So he did Mr. Robinson's Neighborhood. He did that over and over. But there were some skits that he did only one time. And so you don't see him repeated as much because they weren't ones that had a bunch of different incarnations. So when you go back and watch that video, notice how many of those are just one hits. And they were as good as any hits that they've ever been on that show.
I need to go rewatch the Gumby sketch because I loved it when he played Gumby. You just walk in there with a cigar. I mean, and people don't even know who Gumby is. Most of them don't. It was one of those. It wasn't claymation, was it? It was
it was a weird thing though.
Yeah, it was a different form of kind of that same animation from
the original Gumby was claymation.
Yeah, okay, claymation. The
original Gumby, the cartoon you're talking about.
Right.
Yeah.
But he would come out and play Gumby as this angry Jewish guy. I'm Gumby, damn it.
God damn it! It was
so good.
funny. And then the buckwheat thing that he would do was, which is funnier for me, because we used to watch that show when I was a little kid. You know, we would always watch it and joke about buckwheat's hair and how it was unkept, and my mom would be just saying bad things about whoever's taking care of buckwheat's hair. And then when he did the skit, it was just perfect because he was doing that skit. I guarantee you, for an aunt or for an uncle or a grandmom who had made those comments about the way he talked or the way his hair was, and he was just using that in his comedy. I guarantee you that's what it was.
And how they were able to take something as the Reagan assassination attempt and spin it, and it like took most of that season, but basically Buckwheat gets shot, and it's the same thing of showing the replay, and oh God, it was so funny. I can see it.
I know you're operating right now, but have you seen the video of the shooting? I have not. Let's watch it. It was just, and the thing about it is that's one of those two that Josh always talks about in terms of, you know, if Twitter was around. But, you know, when Reagan was shot, like, I'm sure you were in school and, you know, they came in and said the president had been shot or whatever. You know, they brought the TV in the room on a little cart and we were following it. And it was a lot of that. You know, they kept talking about going back to the video. We were watching, I think it was Koppel was the guy that I remember seeing doing the desk work in the middle of the day. And Ted Koppel kept saying, let's go back to the video and show the video. Because you never have that. I mean, you never have this perfect shot down the row of this guy's arm coming in, with the kind of clinching that Reagan does, and then across, and then you see Brady go down. And but then they make the joke about it, and you think back to when you watched it live, and you're like, okay, I get it. That was funny back then too, but it was a shooting, and we're hoping that Reagan would live or whatever. So yeah, that was that was incredible. Whoever wrote that and had that idea to keep that going as long as it did was brilliant.
Yeah, it was. Michael Severe, Michael Mondays. Thanks for joining us. Hopefully we'll get the computer issues worked out next time.
Yeah, that was weird because I busted my butt to get dinner done in time so I could have gotten onto that Zoom whatever thing. And I just finished the spaghetti and got that done, and then it didn't work. It was very sad.
Oh, spaghetti tonight, huh? So
what's for dinner?
Did some meatballs. I made some meatballs, and then I finishing up the noodles right before I came to the table.
It's chili and cornbread tonight. That's what we're
Spoiler
doing.
alert. John, save that for later. We still got the segment.
Did you make the chili?
No, the wife did. And it was actually yesterday. I was supposed to have it last night if the plane hadn't got delayed 3 hours, but now I'm having it tonight.
John, just be glad the thing landed, dude. Right now,
Oh, I know. I'm not complaining.
Did you see the plane flip over earlier today? Just be glad you're landing, bro.
Oh, I know. Trust me. I am not looking a gift horse in the mouth.
Yeah, it's bad right now. It's bad.
Yeah. All right, Michael Severe, the executive director of the Jet Award Foundation, who joins us on Mondays. Thanks, Michael.
Bye, Michael.
Bye, Josh.
There he goes, Michael Severe, and we will have more. We'll talk a little bit more about the NCAA tournament stuff, and we still have content coming up.
And dinner.
Lots to get to in content. We didn't mention the hockey.
Yeah, I can't believe we haven't mentioned hockey. That's not like us.
But it was good. The hockey was good.
Hockey can be good?
Yes,
hockey
Nick.
Can be good. Hockey can be good.
Especially in person.
You know what else can be good? You can be good. You can be a good guy by saving lives, by being an organ and tissue donor. John Bishop here for Live On Nebraska, reminding you that goodguysavelives.com. If you have not already checked that register box for being an organ and tissue donor, please consider it next time you renew your driver's hunting or fishing license, or just visit goodguysavelives.com, because did you know the average healthy donor can save up to 8 lives through organ donation and countless more through tissue donation, bone and skin grafts to help those who have been affected by cancer or burn victims or traumatic accidents. Speaking of accidents, sports injuries like ligaments, those are things that can be donated as a tissue donor, as well as donated corneas to give back the gift of sight. So be that good guy today, and next time you renew your driver's hunting or fishing license, check that donor box, because it's no cost to your family after you're gone, and most traditional funeral practices can still be followed after a donation. So again, check that box when you renew that license, or visit goodguysavelives.com. Josh, I have been telling you this for 12 years. You need to get your bleep together. And
Fair.
don't miss your chance to get your bleep together in the Get Your Bleep Together giveaway. Chance to win $5,000. Register online for that chance to win at 1620thezone.com. Because if you would have had your bleep together, you would have been watching the Four Nations tournament when America took America's hat off and put it on the ground and stomped on it. USA! USA! Did you see any of this?
I saw the puck drop, and then I saw the next 5 seconds, but the video that I'd opened was like 4 minutes, so I just closed it and got back to watching. I think I was watching the basketball games yesterday is when I watched it.
Well, this wasn't yesterday. It was a Saturday night.
No, I know, but the video showed up on my feed yesterday during the games, and so I was like, I'm not going to watch.
So America's playing, the United States is playing Canada. So this is what the NHL has decided to do. By the way, nice job, NHL, telling us about any of this stuff. You know, just like everyone's changing their all-star format. So instead of doing an all-star game, the NHL, they split their players up, Team America, Team Canada, Team Finland, Team Sweden, I think.
I was going to say, was it Team Everybody Else?
Yeah, but those four. And it's USA versus Canada. And literally 4 seconds into the game, at the puck drop, Matthew Tkachuk of the United States and Brandon Hagel threw fists. I mean, literally the puck drops, and these two guys just start going at it. And then they break up that fight. Hagel and Tkachuk go to the penalty box, and 2 seconds after the next puck drop, Brady Tkachuk went head-to-head with Sam Bennett. They get into a fight. They get sent to the penalty box. Finally, we get a puck drop. Then there's a rush right into the Canadian zone, and another fight breaks out. So there's 3 fights. There's 3 fights in about 9 seconds of actual it was like 15 seconds of actual hockey played. And it was a very emotional game. I mean, the Canadians were booing because the game was in Montreal, and they were booing the national anthem, the American anthem. So that got people fired up.
Do we know why they were fighting?
Well, something was arranged ahead of time. You can obviously tell.
That's obvious.
They were jawing before the game. I think some people think it's the whole politicization of booing the anthem. You know, the Canadians are mad at the United States, et cetera, et cetera. Other people think that these were other feuds going on. Honestly, I don't know, but the NHL may have actually found something here where you take players from these international teams, and there's something about hockey.
Oh, yeah.
Hockey is not a sport that you can play passive because someone's going to destroy you if you are. And they have found, like, at least for now, the right fuel, the right motivation. The next game, they're scheduled to play in Boston, United States versus Canada. And I'm guessing tickets for that game are going to be very hard to get because now it's going to be the rematch. The Americans won the first game. By the way, shout out Jake Gensel, former Omaha Maverick, who scored a goal in the 3-1 win.
Nice.
And so, America smashing America's hat. Take that, Canada. You take your Tim Hortons and you go stick it where the sun don't shine.
Who won this? Who won this game?
United States.
Was that the one that we had in predictions?
Yes.
Look at that. Give me that point, baby. Go USA. I think I picked America.
USA plays Sweden, but then they will play Canada. So, I mean, it's a round robin, and then they come back
that's Thursday at the Garden. It's at 7:00. Okay.
Yeah, that's going to be something else.
So this is the All-Star game format now?
Yeah, this is not the All-Star game format. This is just taking the place of the All-Star game.
Huh. Interesting. This is coming up Thursday, which is the day in which this game is going to happen. But I have something for I don't care in relation to All-Star games that we will discuss when we get to Thursday afternoon.
Oh, gee, I wonder what it could be.
Well, actually, Nick, I think you're going to be a little surprised. It's not going to be I don't care about All-Star games, though I don't, but that's not what it is. It's not what it is.
Don't put it on the internet that I don't care about All-Star games.
I do not care about All-Star games, but yes, you do not have to put it on the internet that I don't care about All-Star games.
All right, coming up, we've got content, the latest on the Bubble Watch, baseball, because Nick loves baseball. I love baseball.
Josh is dumb for not liking baseball.
And Ricci is back. And was Ricci right? Find out next. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Let us tackle other issues of the day. Nick Grimm, who wrote all of these questions. The grammar is all perfect. The reading will be even more perfect if there can be such a thing.
And the jokes will be definitely told in his voice and his tone.
Uh-huh. That's why they all sound so natural and funny when I say them.
Definitely.
In Neil Payne's latest Bubble Watch for ESPN.com, Nebraska...
What a great joke. Oh, sorry. Wasn't a joke.
Nebraska is listed as a should-be in a team for the 2025 NCAA tournament with an 80% chance at making it. Payne writes, as the number 10 net team, net team in a Big Ten that might send only 10 teams to the tournament, it would behoove the Huskers to keep winning and leave no doubt. Does that sound about right to you?
Yeah, I mean, but we've been saying that, right? Keep winning and you'll be fine. I think last night or yesterday's win was important because it would have been a bad loss, especially getting thumped that badly. I know it's on the road, but Northwestern, let's not make any.
They ain't good.
And they're not good. And so if you would have lost that game, it would have been a pretty nasty stain. I'm not saying it would have kept Nebraska out, but you know how this pattern usually works. You lose a couple games in a row and you play another road game. If that goes bad, then all of a sudden people start getting the, oh no, the here we go again. So yesterday was good to get rid of the here we go again. But yes, I agree with Neil Payne. Just keep winning. Take care of business. Don't worry about the rest of the bubble.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely think that they are very, very close to being a lock. I think a win on Wednesday night against Penn State would go quite a long way towards that. After that, they got a couple home games, including an opportunity for a quad 1 win against Michigan. The thing, John, like looking forward through the rest of the schedule now is like you can't. I think a loss to Penn State, I guess you could take it or leave it. A loss to Minnesota at home, though, that would not be a good loss. So it's going to be about kind of avoiding a pitfall in the end of the schedule as much as it is about winning games straight up.
Giancarlo Stanton says he's dealing with a very high level of pain in both elbows, and he's unsure he'll be ready for opening day. What the heck do you do to injure both elbows at the same time?
Skiing injury? Like that's the only thing I can kind of think of outside of just like falling and catching yourself with your elbows going into the ground.
Maybe he's doing chin-ups.
Maybe he's doing chin-ups and he just blew out his elbows. Yeah, that doesn't sound very good.
Yeah, it's not something. I mean, I get how elbow injuries happen. They happen in baseball all the time. Stanton and Aaron Boone, the manager, compare the issue to tennis elbow. Ouch. But what has he been doing to hurt both of them at the same time? Has he been practicing his swing too much in the off season? Did something go wrong?
Maybe he's playing pickleball.
Yeah, but in pickleball, you're not. Aren't you using just one hand? You're not two handed.
Maybe he's
pickleball
double
paddle,
fisting the pickleball pedal.
Oh, you should never double fist a pickleball paddle. That's what the doctor always tells you.
Mm-hmm.
This is a tough break though for Giancarlo if he's not going to be ready for opening day.
Josh,
Nick,
you have plenty of takes, but we are suspending you for one question due to his cancellation of Husker baseball on Friday.
Sad.
John, your thoughts on yesterday afternoon and evening's Daytona 500 win by William Byron as you were able to watch from an FBO in Tetherboro, New Jersey, waiting on a plane.
Josh feigns lack of interest, but he was certainly locked in on the great American race. This is, I've said this to my other racing friends. This used to be
one of them.
The Super Bowl. My most looked forward to event on the sporting calendar to watch on TV, and it's lost luster for me because of the way the racing goes. It's basically Russian roulette at 200 miles an hour, but it becomes the point of diminishing returns because all you're waiting for is there's going to be a big wreck that happens. It's going to take out half the field, and there might be another wreck, and it'll take out the other contenders. And, well, when you know who won the pony, there were 3 big wrecks in the last 50 laps of the race that took out a lot of the guys who had been running up front. And here's old Billy Byron. He just snakes through at the last minute. He was ninth place on the last lap when they took the white flag. He ended up winning because the cars in front of him wrecked. I'm happy for Billy Byron, but that's why this race has lost some interest for me.
Man, John, I guess I couldn't disagree with you more.
Yeah,
but
you're not allowed to have a take that you're suspended.
Yeah.
You're suspended for one question.
Okay,
Yeah.
my bad.
You can comment on this one, though, Josh.
Okay.
Illinois retired the jersey of Illini basketball great Terrence Shannon in a stirring ceremony. Isn't hanging a flag or banner in this case upside down, the international sign of distress.
Yeah, is Illinois trying to tell us something, John, that we didn't really know about their basketball program? I would hate to find out what exactly is going on. Can you imagine that, like, getting your name in the rafters, outside of like winning a natty, like that might be the greatest individual accomplishment a college basketball player can have in terms of his college, and they have it upside down. Oh man, that would be such a bummer.
If you didn't see the video, they had the banner, and he's got the rope, and he pulls the rope that unfurls the banner, and it's, the banner is of his uniform with his retired number, and it is hanging upside down. How do you not know this when you're setting it up? Illinois, what if? That is Big Ten. That's
Big Ten education.
Big Ten education at its finest.
Look who's back in the news. It's Richie. Former Husker Richie Incognito blasted former teammate Jonathan Martin for ruining his career after Martin has walked back comments he made 12 years ago that Incognito bullied him in the locker room. Is Richie in the right?
You remember this story?
Oh, yeah.
So Jonathan Martin, they were teammates with the Dolphins. Martin said he had to leave. He had to leave the organization because Richie Incognito was bullying him in the locker room, and it became a big deal. And, it became a big talking point around the league, and people roundly criticized Richie Incognito. Now, Martin essentially says, yeah, that really didn't happen, but my parents encouraged me to say that it was bullying. And now 12 years later, he's saying, oops, my bad. And so here's Richie Incognito, who we all know is no angel. He is no angel. And he certainly would have been an easy target and very understandable to think that he could have been the perpetrator of such an act. But now, I gotta say it, Richie was right.
Well, John, you might want to walk back that in like 2 seconds, because so this came in, and there's a screenshot on the screen right now, which includes a tweet from Florio over at Pro Football Talk. And so it links to this ESPN.com story. And that's where a lot of this stuff has kind of originated from, where Martin, he basically admits, right? He says, like, I wasn't bullied. But towards the very end of the story, Gus Martin, who is his dad, he asks the writer, which is Anthony Olivieri, he says, do you want to hear the Richie Incognito voicemail? And this is a voicemail from Richie Incognito in April of 2013. So that's pretty much right around the time, right, of the bullying scandal. And he says, hey, what's up, you half N-word piece of bleep. And then it kind of goes from there in the typical Richie Incognito fashion. So
why would Jonathan Martin walk it back then?
Well, my theory would be, like the story is titled, Jonathan Martin wants you to forget the only thing you remember about him. So he obviously hates that this is what people, and I will forever think of Jonathan Martin as the guy who was bullied by Richie Incognito.
I'd honestly forgotten about Jonathan.
Well, I had to until I saw the story.
Sure.
I don't know, man. Now his dad plays the audio for the writer, so obviously I'm going to take that to be, actual audio that they were able to confirm is Richie Incognito. So I don't know, like, how sometimes there are victims of a variety of things who will try to walk it back. It wasn't his fault. It wasn't her fault, whatever it is. And again, I wonder if Martin is just trying to get on the good side of Incognito, even though his dad still has the tapes.
See, Richie, you get us on your side, and then
you already lost John's trust.
Well, he never had my trust. Trust me, never had my trust. Never. I thought he was bad with Nebraska, and he apparently still is.
Yeah.
The players in yesterday's NBA All-Star game had takes about the format. To be honest, I didn't like it at all, said Trae Young, a member of Chuck's Global Stars. I didn't like the breaks. I would rather play without breaks.
Gilgeous
Alexander.
What do you think of the format of a game you for sure watched?
Here's my take for you, John, because, again, I'm going to save something for Thursday, and I don't care. They did the stupid court thing again. I hate when they do the blue court and the orange court or whatever court it is. It's horrible. It's terrible. I can't stand
Is it uglier than 2 dark gray uniforms?
Way uglier. It is an eyesore, John. It is an absolute eyesore.
I saw all of 5 seconds of this watching over Marcus Blossom's shoulder because he was watching as we were waiting for the plane.
Nice.
He was explaining to me how they changed the format. And in the way it was being explained, it was like, well, they're trying to do something to spice this thing up.
Yeah.
Because let's face it, the NBA All-Star Game was a JOKE joke the last few years. But as we now know, it'll never be good as what hockey is doing. Hockey's got it all figured out. We're in a hockey world. We're all just living in a hockey world.
Incredible.
Hockey, hockey, hockey.
My glorious sport, college baseball, returned this weekend. Can I give a few quick takes on what happened?
Well, as long as this is not going to spoil a slice of college baseball.
Keep listening, John. Rintaro Sasaki is good. Rhode Island and William and Mary's 56-run game in only 7 innings is one of the reasons I love college baseball. UMass, still bad. Iowa, bad. Stetson, might be good. And Hawaii is an extremely fun team, but more on them tomorrow.
So wait, Nick, to go back to the first thing, you said that the baseball player is good, so you don't so he sucks?
No, I think he's actually good. I just like saying good like that. It's fun.
Interesting.
Rhode Island defeated William and Mary 36-22. What if I told you a team scored 10 runs in an inning and lost by 14? What if I told you the other team scored 17 runs in an inning and they still needed to score a few more to win?
Well,
because they gave up 22. Yeah, 36-22. Of course, Nick would like all that silly offense.
I love.
How long did that game take?
I don't know, but I'm glad I wasn't there for that.
I hope that a College World Series game this summer lasts that long. That'd be sweet. It'd be cool, John. You get to call history. History happens here with John Bishop and Nick Grimm producing.
I hope it rains sideways into your booth when you're working during the College World Series.
Matt McMaster and yours truly hanging out, being buds.
Well, I don't know about raining, but today began with another snowstorm, and now we enter into the coldest week in a year. How are you two feeling about your Mount Happer predictions?
I'm feeling good. I'm honest. I'm feeling good, John. It's gonna be
good, man. We just added more snow.
It's gonna be so warm next week. It's gonna melt next week. We're gonna be the smartest boys in the whole park. It's gonna be great.
It's kind of hard to see the forest through the trees with all this
because of all the snow.
Yeah, the visibility was bad this morning.
Yes, it was. And again, if you have to be out driving tonight, please, please, please be very careful and watch out for folks who are helping others on the side of the road. We don't need any more accidents.
Indeed.
And with that said, we'll come back and tell you what's for dinner. An audible has been called tonight in my house. An audible has been called.
Okay.
Not sure how I feel about this.
Oh.
It's coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Well, earlier, I thought I was going to be having last night's leftover chili that I never got to enjoy in its first run because our flight was running late. But an audible has been called, and the wife has brought home Hy-Vee chicken. So I'm eating Hy-Vee chicken tonight, and the chili will have to wait. But I am going to have some of the delicious cornbread that came with the chili. So at least I have that going for me, which is nice.
We are doing breakfast crunch wraps tonight. I'm very excited.
What's in the breakfast crunch wrap?
We'll have a little egg, a little cheese, some bacon, probably some jalapenos, and I don't know what else.
No hash browns or breakfast potatoes?
Probably that as well. Good call, John. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Sounds good.
We will be doing chili tonight. I'm very excited for that.
Oh, rub it in.
It's great chili night, man. It's great chili night. Of course, the next several days will be a great chili night. Though you can have chili whenever you like.
100%.
It could be 100 degrees outside. I mean, Texas is famous for chili. It's hot down there. They eat chili all the time.
Yeah, but Texas also thinks if you put beans in chili, it's not chili because they're idiots.
Well, I mean, the original chili was just the meat and the chilies. That was all it was. So, I mean, technically they're right. I'm not anal about those things. I like the beans and the chili occasionally. I'm fine with it.
And that's what's for dinner.
What's for dinner?
Just to recap, if you missed it earlier, check out the crossover as part of the SNL 50th anniversary celebration.
Yes.
We did the draft.
Celebration.
We did the draft, and for those of you who missed it, here were the results of the draft. Josh had the first overall pick. That's why Will Ferrell's name has a star next to it. So he took Will Ferrell first. Connor took Chris Farley. Nick took Tina Fey, and I took Phil Hartman, and then we just snaked our way through the rest of the draft. My draft, which features Phil Hartman, Eddie Murphy, John Belushi, Bill Murray, Dana Carvey, Gilda Radner, John Lovitz, Jan Hooks, Weekend Update anchors Colin Jost and Michael Che, host Christopher Walken, and music by Pearl Jam, is so popular that even Josh's alter ego burner account,
Fake news.
Kate likes my draft. So even Josh and his alter ego has to admit that mine was the superior draft.
Did you forget your password? I haven't heard from your other account in a while, Josh.
First of all, I don't know what you're talking about. Second of all, if I were to have a burner account, don't you think that I wouldn't link a Google search? I'm not 100. Yeah, interesting.
That's what you would do to try to throw us off the set, Josh.
An older female, opposite of you, not using Google search, opposite of you. I mean, you're just throwing the dogs off the scent. It's quite genius. I give you credit, but we see right through it.
Interesting. Very, very interesting.
Josh, I said earlier, I thought of the other drafts, I like Josh's second, mainly on the strength of Will Ferrell and Norm Macdonald, which I'm still so angry that you got that. I wish I would have used an earlier pick. Of course, was that your second pick? That was your second.
That was my second pick. Yeah, yeah. So you had already gotten a couple of really good ones, and there was still going to go around a little. But I was thinking about value, and while I like Seth Meyers, I think that the current or I don't even know, or Jost and Shea, I don't even know if they're still doing it together anymore. I think they're fine. Like sometimes I like them, sometimes I don't. And obviously I didn't see Chevy Chase. So Norm was kind of the only pick for me, especially after Nick got Tina Fey, because Tina Fey and Amy Poehler would have been my other two. So yeah, I definitely knew that I needed Norm early. Plus the supercut of the OJ Simpson stuff is just absolute gold. Highly, highly, highly recommend that if you haven't ever watched it, or even if you have, because it's going to make you laugh still to this day.
Bill Hader was going to be my number 3. I was surprised he went as high as he did.
Really?
Honestly. Yeah.
I'm a big Bill Hader.
That was Josh's third pick.
Yes, I did.
He
Yeah, I
was
did.
on my list.
Norm and then Bill Hader.
He was on my list too. I like Bill Hader. Really, really funny. But, sure, Nick's draft breaks down more recent lines. Mine's a little older, which is not surprising. But I still like the balance that we got across the board. I think it's a nice little snapshot. It just goes to show you how many great performers have been on that show over the years.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Such a great show.
Well, it used to be. Coming up tomorrow, it's Tuesday. We'll come back here, and maybe it'll be warm tomorrow.
Good one, John.
Nice.
Bye.